we start, then we see how we go on. I know there are people who came really in time, and so we need to see how we manage the time we are having. And as per the invitation, we want to keep our promise that we shouldn't go beyond the time we have been indicated that you come in. We shall occupy you in this place.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I know it's a cold weather, but I believe that each one of us has managed to grab a cup of tea or coffee this morning. So, good morning once again. I need some energy. Happy to see you. You're most welcome. Indeed, this is the day the Lord has made for us to launch the business development have not been recognized, and most of them have been working independently, but now they have come together to form an association, and it's going to be a legal entity. Can we clap for that? The first of its kind that we are going to have in Uganda. And for us as government, as Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, this is a milestone that we are going to celebrate, because most of these providers empower our MSMEs in mentorship, in capacity building, in training. They have been doing all this, but doing it on their own. But now we have come together, and we are going to speak with one voice as business development services providers. So this is a very big achievement for us, and we believe that it's going to take our MSMEs to another level. So allow me to invite the commissioner from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Mr. Patrick Mugisha. He's the commissioner that is in charge of business development services and quality assurance. And he's going to give us an overview of what business development services is all about, but also give us the welcoming remarks. He's the man that has been at the helm of organizing this event, but also working with the rest of the partners. Commissioner, you're welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Madam PS, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperative, dignitaries from Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, representatives from different MDAs, private sector players. In a special way, they want to recognize Madam Sarah Diabazaire, Executive Director, Finance Sector Different in Uganda, FSDU. We also want to thank Dr. Julia, representing the CEO of Private Sector Foundation Uganda. We want to recognize Council Dana Nanono from the Private Sector Development Unit, and also Madame Goretti Kajumba from the Private Sector Development Secretariat of the program. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to stand before you this morning. Can you see me? But my brother Johnson said there is breakfast, so I assume you've taken tea. Is it true? It's ready. Forgive me. Yeah, what the jam, traffic jam and some, nah, but it's ready. Usually we should get a cup of tea, coffee after this production, then maybe we engage working too. So thank you very much for coming. To us, as Bishop said, as our dear moderator Hadija said, it's a moment to celebrate because as we align ourselves to deliver on what this government wants us to deliver on, your government that you chose a few months back. So there's a lot to do as far as economic development, empowerment across the different domains is concerned. But remember, the key drivers of Uganda's economy is the private sector, right? We all agree, yeah? And close to 90% Uganda's economy is private sector led. But the people who drive that are the MSMEs, micro, small, and medium enterprises. Now, what shocks everyone is how formal are these guys? Close to 75% of these MSMEs are informal. So, one of the tasks that Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning and Economic Development gave to our ministry, what are we going to do to solve the issue of informality? Yeah? Informality is sweet, by the way, because when you're there, you don't care. I mean, yours is yours. You don't give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar. Yeah? I don't know if you give to God what belongs to God when you're informal. I don't know. But the game plan here is how we're going to align ourselves accordingly. Because the ministry will focus on one area. We realize any business that decides to start today, any business that wants to grow, any business that wants to scale, yeah, from one step to the other, needs BDS, business development services. Even the bigger enterprises, the so-called large enterprises, they need BDS that could be specialized or customized to the need they need at that particular time, right? When a company wants to come to Uganda through investment, through an FDI, they do scoping of the market here. Part of it is actually a BDS component. So what is BDS? In summary, those key aspects that are non-financial that help a business to navigate different terrains at the point of starting, growing, and scaling. Now, don't get confused. When I say non-financial, they are not free. As much as they're non-financial, they are not. You pay for them. Yeah, they're non-financial in the sense that going to get credit does not make that what kind of like a BDS component. But when they're teaching you how to manage your book, they're teaching you how to manage your human resource. They're teaching you how to navigate in proposal writing, grant writing, how to manage your partnerships at the farm level, how to manage your innovation at the farm level. So they come into twofold: the soft BDS skills, which everyone here can do, and we've got the hard BDS skills that are specialized, targeting particular aspects of a company's needs. So, ladies and gentlemen, the journey we've moved is twofold. We knew in Uganda is where you can find jack of all trades. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. None will say no, but specialty still lacks. So we decided, let us organize the BDS sector. There's so many providers, both in the public sector and also in the private sector, within the NGO and the civil society space, in academia, and also within the development partner space. There are so many BDS service providers, and a lot is happening in Uganda in that domain. But the question is, who should govern who? Who's coordinating who? What exactly is the ecosystem like? Who do we need to know? How do we navigate to understand the key learnings that our different partners can work on? It has to be coordinated. So, deciding to get this association in place, it was the first thing to try to restore order in the BDS space. And it was a journey that when I joined the ministry 1 year and 2 months ago, this work had been started and was ongoing under the leadership of my Assistant Commissioner, Johnson Abitekaniza. That's why majority of you know him more than me. Yeah, but we mentor people. So he's the first of this. You've known him, you've worked with him, so he's still the focal person in this domain. I'm just playing a supportive role to make sure that his baby comes to life, his baby grows, his baby survives the terrain times to be able to stand in every aspect. So Johnson, thank you very much. Stand up for recognition. You know, one person told me that, why do you thank people when they are not there? Let me thank him and recognize him when he's alive, when I'm also alive. Johnson, thank you very much. Yeah, so Johnson, thank you very much. And also all the partners that worked together with you in that regard. So we want to also extend our support and recognition to private sector development program. So all these actions, colleagues, are domiciled within that program. And that program, the bosses of that program are here. Actually, the ones who pay my salary. So I have to behave. I have to say the right word because we are still in the budgeting cycle. So I can trigger them to double our allocation because we still need this money. Madam Goretti, Madam Nanono, we need these resources to push this to the next level. So we are open for discussion. And thank you for the support you've given us so far. We are grateful. We started with the framework of the BDS. Now, the policy is actually now, the regulatory impact assessment report is already done. Now we are beginning to draft the policy itself. So really now the association is in place. And now the standards that are going to govern how these people behave in the ecosystem are also being launched today to support that. So clearly, what you really need may not be the ideal condition, but you have to start and begin this journey together. So I just want to thank all of you for your participation and the association. This association is yours. It's not for the ministry. It's yours.
It's yours.
Yeah?
Yeah?
One thing that
One
is
thing that is certain, this association is not an NGO. You're going to
Let's give our commission a big round of applause.
Madam Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and
Cooperatives.
Allow
Allow me to tell you that for this event to happen,
it wasn't just the work of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. Our dear Commissioner did not work alone. Our dear Commissioner, he has been the chair of the organizing committee for this event, but he did not work alone. We want to appreciate all the partners for their efforts, financial resources that have been invested in this event, those who have given us the guidance, those who have been there to ensure that this event happens. Number one, allow me to appreciate Agribusiness Market Ecosystem Alliance, AMEA. Can we appreciate them? AMEA, where are you? Please stand for recognition. Our partners from AMEA. Oh, Mr. Harrison Kaziro, thank you so much. He has been very, very supportive to ensure that this launch of the BDS standards and the association actually takes place. Another partner is actually the association itself. Today we are making it official, but it's been operating, but today we are launching it to become official. So United Business Support Professionals Limited, UBSP, please stand up for recognition. You have been very wonderful partners in organizing this. You have put in the finances, you have put in your time, you have given us even the human resources to ensure that we are here today. And also other partners like Private Sector Foundation Uganda, PSFU, wherever you are. Thank you so much for your support. Africa Management Institute, AMI, you're very wonderful partners. Thank you so much for your support. Madam PS, amongst us are the BDS providers. Can we stand up for recognition? The BDS providers, all our BDS providers. Yes. Thank you so much for making it today. I know there are many that are not here, but you're representing them. Amongst us, we also have the government ministries and the agencies, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. I don't know if you have a representative, but you have worked with us. Yes. Bananyini Sente, the thing has started. So please don't withhold the finances, okay? We are here to put money in our MSMEs, then later on you'll come and tax them. And you build the roads and you work on the electricity. That's how things work. You put in and later on you can be able to get out. Uhuru Institute for Social Development, thank you for being part of this. Uganda Small Scale Industries Association was here. You have walked the journey with us. Thank you for being here. Uganda Manufacturers Association, any representative? UMA, maybe they are not yet here, but we have also walked the journey with them. UNBS, our agency, you have been very wonderful. UNBS, pardon? Oh, they are still on the way. But they have led the team that actually developed the standards that we are going to launch today. We will appreciate them when they are here. PSD Secretariat, the PSD Secretariat, yes. Thank you for coming. Enterprise Uganda. Enterprise Uganda. Yes, thank you so much for being here. Pelham Uganda. Amongst us, we have Pelham Uganda. Maybe they are not yet here, but they are also part of this journey. Financial Sector Deepening Uganda. FSDU. Thank you, ma'am, for being here with us. URA, Uganda Revenue Authority. Maybe they are not yet here, but they are also partners. They've been with us. AGRA, through AMEA, you have been very wonderful. You have supported this initiative. So we'll be introducing more as they come in. But those are the people that have walked the journey with us in ensuring that we have the standards in place and also formalizing the association for the BDS providers. We are going to go into an overview of the national BDS standards, but UNBS is not yet here. They're not yet here. Okay. All right. Because earlier on we had been informed that UNBS is not here, but I've also been reliably informed that we have someone that is going to take us through these BDS standards to give us that overview, what these standards are all about, how are they going to be implemented, especially to you, the providers. This is a very important segment of our meeting this morning. We want to understand what these standards are all about. So, Mr. Harrison Kaziro, you've been part of the team working with UNBS to ensure that these standards are in place. Usually when you're developing standards, it's a consultative process. It's not just UNBS alone sitting in one room and then they say, okay, I think we should include this, we should remove this. No, it's usually a consultative process that involves all the stakeholders, and then afterwards they come up with the standards for the users to be able to implement. So you're welcome to take us through that overview of what these BDS standards are all about. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hadija. Can we all give a round of applause for our great MC? Yeah, as we are setting up the technology, I'll introduce myself again. My name is Alvin Kato, and I'm the country manager for the African Management Institute here in Uganda. You can call us AMI or AMI, whichever you prefer, whichever is easy for you. So the reason why I'm stepping in for UNBS at this moment in time is because AMI was very involved in the development of the standards, and we supported the private sector foundation closely to develop these BDS standards. So just to give a little bit of context as to why the standards were developed. The standards were developed as a result of extensive research that went into the BDS landscape in Uganda that was conducted by the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, and I'm sure Dr. Julius Biarhanga will be able to speak more about that. But the research highlighted key gaps in the delivery of quality BDS to MSMEs. The BDS landscape was very fragmented. The types of BDS people were delivering was very inconsistent. There was lack of standardization in how the businesses were supported across the country. So PSFU, with support from the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, as well as UNBS, then set out to develop BDS standards to harmonize the way in which MSMEs were supported by BDS providers. And they brought AMI on to help in the development of these standards. So, as Commissioner Mugisha had said, and Hadija had also mentioned, the standards were not developed in isolation. There's a lot of consultation from different organizations that went into actually developing these standards. Harrison, if you can help me with the slides. So different organizations were consulted to develop these standards. We have organizations such as UNBS, of course, who are at the forefront, of course, the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, the Enterprise Uganda, the Institute of Corporate Governance was also consulted, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, the MasterCard Foundation was also consulted in this process, and a lot of organizations were brought together to actually really get down to the crux of what the issues are and how these issues with quality, the quality of BDS can be improved. So some of the organizations are there: Federation of Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, the Uganda Investment Authority. Through this technical working group, we were able to develop two BDS standards. If we can go to the next slide. So the first standard focused on building the organizational capacity of BDS providers. What we found is that, you know, a lot of BDS providers were going and supporting SMEs, MSMEs to become formal when themselves they were not formal, right? Which is, it's a catch-22. How do you do that? So we really looked at how do we now support BDS providers to have and improve their own internal organizational capacity. How do they formalize themselves? How do they have proper governance structures themselves? How do they have proper operational procedures, strategic plans themselves? Because unless your own house is in order, there's no way that you can guide or advise another business. So that was our first standard. The second standard focused on how to deliver actual good quality BDS. So what we did here is we took an approach that is evidence based and is research backed, an approach that AMI uses, which is through utilizing practical tools that BDS providers can now go and deliver to the MSME support. So we provided through the standard multi-stage process that the BDS providers can use, which involves diagnosing what the challenges are. Firstly, you need to understand what the challenges are of the businesses you're working with. Then utilizing those challenges to utilizing the results of that diagnosis to now develop solutions. Then following a program where you're addressing the challenges, providing the MSMEs with practical tools that they can use to change their habits and embed strong management practices. And then keep on reviewing that up until a specific goal is achieved by the MSME. So that was the second standard that was developed. So here's just an overview again of the first standard. So looking at building the internal capacity of the BDS provider. And then the second standard, improving service delivery, which involves understanding the MSME in context, then delivering the service, creating a goal and setting the goal, working towards achieving that goal and continuously doing that until the goal is achieved, until you ultimately close. So those are the two standards that were developed. Again, we really focused on not going too deep into technical material because everyone in the room has, strong technical background. What we focused on providing is the framework that can actually deliver results for the MSMEs that are being supported by the BDS providers. So the standards have been gazetted by the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. They are available on the UNBS web store, to purchase as well. They're available at 40,000 Uganda shillings on the UNBS web store. So you can very easily go on, search for the specific standards. So the first one is the first one is building organizational capacity standard. And the second one is improving BDS service delivery standard. And by following the steps, you'll be able to purchase these standards and have them for yourselves, which I encourage everyone to do today. So thank you very much for giving me this time to provide a quick overview of the standards. I'm sure when the UNBS team comes, they'll be able to provide a more in-depth overview, and Dr. Julius Biarhanga will also speak more to this later on. So thank you very much, and looking forward to the interactions today.
Let's appreciate him. Let's appreciate him better. Thank you so much. It looked a bit brief, but that's actually what an overview means. He was just taking us through that overview of what the standards are all about. I don't know if we have copies of these standards that the BDS providers can go away with some copies. Mr. Vitekanita? Pardon? Or online. So they already uploaded? Oh, that is very good news. So our providers who are here today, please check out the UNBS website. You'll be able to find the two standards that we are talking about uploaded already. So next, we are going to go through an introduction of this association that is going to be launched today. I liked it when they mentioned that they've been supporting almost SMEs to formalize, but when actually they are also not formalized. Interesting. It's like giving advice to someone who has a challenge, but you're also facing the same challenge. But you're telling them this advice can actually work. The question is, how come it doesn't work for you? So, that is what this association has been doing. But we are very happy that today it's happening. We are formalizing our existence as an association. I don't know how long we've been here, but we are going to hear from Mr. Kenneth Nkumiro, who is the chairperson of United Business Support Professionals Limited. He's leading the team of the BDS providers who have organized themselves into this association. Yes, Mr. Nkumiro, you have the floor. Tell us more how you've been doing it. What did you volunteer? Telling people to formalize it if you want to formalize.
Thank you very much, Adija. Madam PS, our Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, representatives of government, partners, other agencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor for me to be here, and at the same time, a pleasure to be here.
Because we are celebrating a journey, we are celebrating a milestone. Some of us have been in the trenches for this kind of work since 2018. And we are glad that we are where we are today. I recall in 2018 we were working with a group of BDS providers under a USAID project. And we engaged Umran, stand up. He was consulting for ICRA. So the work we were doing was for BDS providers to support producer organizations to become more effective and successful businesses. But then we realized the BDS providers we had hired were not delivering value. So we hired Umran and Julia. We hired ICRA, the consultancy firm, to diagnose and build capacity of a few BDS actors. And some of the recommendations were relating to what we are launching today. However, projects being what they are, I mean, the project ended, we moved on, and that work somehow stalled. But somewhere under the trenches with Harrison and others, we kept deliberating on what needs to be done. So an opportunity came again for Harrison to lead a mayor. And then we said, I think this vehicle will be a good one to help us drive this agenda. So we are where we are because of the efforts of people like Harrison, Alvin from AMI, and government. I can't thank government enough. Let's clap for them. We have been nurtured through this journey. We have been supported through this journey. We are working with government. There's nothing as pleasing as working a journey with government when government is interested in what you are doing or in what you are pursuing. So we want to thank you very much, Bwana Commissioner. We want to thank you very much, the team from finance, the team from private sector. I want to start with the words of Professor. We had a stakeholders meeting on 13th of this month. And one person said, for the first time, I'm going to be called a professional and recognized for what I've been doing for over 30 years. So many of us have been doing BDS. But BDS in this country has not been a professional kind of work. Our friends, the accountants, have their CPA, The lawyers have theirs and so on. And then for us, we are just there. We have been there. Perhaps that's why it has been a case of all trades, that everyone does everything. Everyone who gets out of college or university and they can do something, they can say, I'm a BDS consultant. So that is the whole idea behind this association, that we want to organize ourselves. We want to regulate ourselves. We want to be better. We want to deliver better. As Khadija said, you cannot give what you don't have. And we thank UNBS for the standards, because the standards are going to guide us. They are going to whip us. They are not mandatory standards, but they will whip us. They will guide us. If you want to be a professional, because we shall reach a level where the ministry says for you to be on the list of providers, you must be certified. You must be. The ministry releases a list of auditors who must audit cooperatives. So we are also moving to that kind of direction, where we will see a list of BDS providers, and agencies will be picking from there. SNV will pick from there, FAO will pick from there, GIZ will pick from there, ENABE will pick from there. So join the association, let's build it together. We are not starting this as a policeman or policewoman, but it's a voluntary association for you to join and be better and deliver better and contribute to national development. We want to contribute to the tenfold growth strategy of this country. The Commission has laid out very clearly that the role of the private sector cannot be underestimated. But what is private sector without appropriate advisory support? We are told our businesses don't celebrate the first birthday. Why? Is it the kind of advisory that we are giving, or is it because the advisory is not available? So I want to thank you very much for coming this morning and for celebrating with us. So we started in 2025, last year. That's when we were formally registered as United Business Support Professionals. After a protracted struggle of having to get a name, we had different ideas of which names we wanted and so on. But it was a battle with URSB. Again, the support of the Ministry of Trade was very handy in getting us there. We spent about a month working back and forth to get a name. Again, Minister of Finance, Minister of Trade, ease of doing business. Finding a name with URSB has become a big issue. I don't know which algorithms they are using, but by the time you get a name, small similarity, rejection. Small similarity, rejection. Maybe that's an area we need to think about as we push people to formalize. Finding a business name is a big problem because almost every name has been used or taken in this country. So, what context are we dealing with that informed the formation of this association? We are talking about fragmented BDS delivery. We are talking about BDS that has been highly subsidized by development partners. I'm a suspect. I'm a driver of that. We paid for BDS quite a lot on USAID programs, but it was not sustainable. Because at the end of it all, that's why you struggle as BDS providers, that if there is no donor paying for BDS, the businesses do not take up BDS. So we think that those are some of the things we can deal with as a professional association. As we professionalize our work, as businesses grow, they will also value the value of paying for professional services. Limited capacity among BDS providers in light of the evolving needs. Business is changing. MSMEs are evolving. If you get my uncle who studied accounting in the 70s and they have not upgraded, and you talk about EBITDA today, they will not understand you because that language has evolved. Today we are talking ESG, we are talking AI, we are talking what and so on. Are we ready as BDS providers? Or the businesses are ahead of us? So we want, as an association, to work with you to strengthen our capacity, to update our knowledge, and make sure that we are relevant to the times as BDS providers. So that is the context we want to deal with. There is also no regulation within the BDS ecosystem, and I think the standards come in handy. The inability to influence policy and decisions. How many of us are aware that there is a BDS policy in the works? By show of hands, be honest. Yes, and we are BDS providers. But there is a BDS policy in the works. How many of us are aware that there is a BDS framework? So we can see, we can clap for ourselves. So we are unable to influence policy, we are unable to influence decisions, yet policies are being made, decisions are being made, strategies are being made. Very recently, through the support of Enterprise Uganda, we had an engagement for about 3 days to align BDS to the National Development Plan 4. And we identified BDS areas in all the 18 programs in the National Development Plan. That means there is space for each of you to do work and support the delivery of the National Development Plan 4. But are we aware that there is even a framework? Are we even aware its budgeting process and so on? Are you seeing yourselves in the budget in terms of where government wants to go? The 500 billion economy, where are we as BDS? That's why we are talking about contributing to the tenfold growth strategy. And then, of course, we did not have a common platform. So whatever we are doing is aligned to what government is doing. We are aligned to the National Development Plan. I just told you that we have aligned to all the programs. The National BDS Strategy Framework, the Ministry of Finance Private Sector Development Program, the National MSME Policy, and now the UNBS standards. So that's how we are aligned. Whatever we are doing is not outside of the norm. It is not outside of what government wants to achieve. So we are good government partners. So, a few months ago, I think it was June last year, over 150 BDS providers sat at Kavira with the support again of AMEA and the Ministry of Trade. And we resolved in that meeting that we want to form our own platform to drive our agenda. So a few of us were identified to steer this process. And that's why we came up with a formal name, with a formal registration of this association. I want to recognize the presence of the members of the steering committee. Please stand up. You can see they are all senior guys in the BDS ecosystem. Umran is a general in BDS. Robert is a general. Brian is a general in the BDS ecosystem. I'm also a general in my own right. Yeah. So what did we do? The work we did was to draft a constitution, which we shall ratify when we have our first AGM. We came up with a vision, we came up with a mission, we came up with objectives. But most importantly, we registered the organization. Clap for us. So our vision is a dynamic and professional BDS ecosystem that empowers MSMEs to thrive, create decent jobs, and drive inclusive and sustainable economic growth in Uganda. Very well aligned to Vision 2040, not so? Yeah. And that's our mission. It is to unite and discipline ourselves and deliver better. Our objectives are 7. There they are. There are briefers on your tables, so I'm not going to take a lot of time on this. You can run through them on your own. Our priority focus areas, we want to do mobilization of BDS And that is going to happen as soon as immediately we have started. There's already a QR code behind the briefers, so you can scan and apply to be a member of the association. There are two QR codes. There is one that was shared earlier by Enterprise Uganda. That's a national BDS database where we are all, as BDS providers, we are all members there. It is run by the Ministry of Trade in collaboration with Enterprise Uganda. But there is one which you should scan to join the association, the Professional Association of BDS providers in Uganda. So we are focusing on collaboration and partnership. We are focusing on capacity building. We are focusing on advocacy and all that as an association. What will you gain if you become a member of this association? You'll have the opportunity to belong. Like someone said, for what she has been doing for the last 30 years, she's going to be called a professional. And we have realized that BDS is big. It is beyond the business plans that you do. It is beyond the human resource policies that you do. There's BDS in agricultural advisory. There's BDS everywhere and so on. So many people are doing BDS, but they are not recognized that they are delivering BDS. And that's what we want to do as an association. To professionalize whatever we are doing, appreciate whatever we are doing, but also ensure that the market that buys our products and services appreciates what we are doing. The categories of membership, we have the full membership, we have the honorary membership, we also have the associate membership. When we sit in our AGM again, for those who become members, we will see whether to expand, whether to amend, whether to add or reduce the membership. We are calling on you to support the association. Join the association. If you are an actor that is paying for BDS services, work with us. We are here now to make sure that you get the right BDS. We have the support of government. We are moving with government. By the way, let's clap for Ministry of Trade. They have given us an office. Commissioner has given us an office. So from here, we have where to sit. We have an office. Thank you, Bana Commissioner. Thank you, Madam PS. We are very honored. You are really nurturing us well. Yeah. So, advocate for reforms in BDS, in how you deliver BDS in your organization, in how you buy BDS services. Make a change. Say, okay, we need to start using professional guys. We need to check with UBSP before we onboard BDS as Enabel, as GIZ, as SNV, as Uhuru. Yeah. So, change the way things are done internally there. Finance us, support us to do the things we want to do. We want to leverage on a lot of things that are being done. I was talking to people in UECCC. That's an energy subsidy by government of Uganda. They have money, but it is not being taken up. The uptake is very low. The businesses are not picking the money. Why? The businesses are not ready. Why are businesses not ready? We are not delivering as BDS providers. Even other monies that government has put in place, SCF uptake is not good in some areas. Some banks are failing. Post Bank is doing so well, maybe because it's a government bank, but other banks are struggling with SCF. There are many other the recovery funds that government has put in place. Uptake is low because businesses are not having capacity to tap into these resources. And why they do not have capacity is because we are also not delivering. In terms of next steps, please apply to become a member. There's a QR code. Our physical office is ready. As I told you, the ministry has been kind enough to say they cannot abandon us. They have given us an office. We are going to continue mobilizing members. We shall finalize the strategy and operational setup. We are going to do a strategic plan. We cannot say as BDS providers we support businesses to do strategic plans and we don't have our own. We support them to do internal policies and we don't have our own. So these are priorities for us to do the strategic and operational setup of UBSP. We will continue with partnership engagements. We have partners that are already working with us, AMI, AMEA, and they are willing to continue working the journey with us. But we want to expand the network of partners that we have. And we have government. We cannot fail when we have government. I like the confidence the Commissioner keeps giving us. Roll out capacity building programs. So we want to start building capacity of BDS providers. If you don't understand EBITDA, Brian will make sure you understand EBITDA. If you don't understand ESG, Umran will make sure you do. If you don't understand AI, again, we'll have a team to do that. We told you that we are going into certification. So the other thing we are going to do is to engage UNBS and Uganas to ensure that we start on building a framework and tools to support accreditation, certification of BDS providers right away. The standards are ready, so it is us to roll them and ensure that they are working. So we want to thank Government of Uganda, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Finance, UNBS, Private Sector Foundation. Thank you very much for the work you did on the standards with partners, AMEA, AMI, Enterprise Uganda, the BDS Fraternity, the Steering Committee, and all actors. Thank you very much for the support that you have given us. Please join the association by scanning the QR code, or you can send us an email. All this information is on the briefers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nkumiro Kenneth, for giving us that detailed explanation of what actually this association is all about. It's like a Mugole to us. Personally, I didn't know so much about it, but I try to acquaint myself what actually these people do, and I realized that actually they do a very, very important job. For the MSMEs to succeed in what they are doing, they actually need BDS. But for me, the association, now the onus is on you to actually make these MSMEs to understand the value of what you have to offer to them. Because I don't think all these MSMEs understand the importance of BDS. Some people say, me, I know it all. What are you going to advise me? Financial literacy. I've built my business from scratch. I am where I am without BDS. And people say that out of ignorance because they do not know. But this baby, the association that we have today, please take it up and do the capacity building, not just for your providers, the members, but also for these MSMEs. Make them your partners. Walk the journey with them. When you look at our theme for the day, Professionalizing Business Development Services Delivery to achieve Uganda's tenfold growth strategy. We are linking what we are launching today to our big goal as a country. We all know that the biggest percentage of the businesses we have in Uganda are MSMEs. I believe it's like 90% of what we have in Uganda are MSMEs. And if we are to achieve that big goal that we are looking at, 500 billion USD economy by 2040, I believe this association has a very big role to play in achieving that goal. And I want us to begin by taking note of that we have a role to play towards that. So we encourage all the providers who have not yet joined the association, please join and professionalize what you do. Please join and be part of this journey. So thank you once again, Mr. Nkumiro, for steering the team that has been working since 2025 when you registered to ensure that we are here today and we are going to formalize our existence. Let's appreciate that steering committee. We are still recognizing those who are in the house. We have a representative from the Association of Commercial Officers. Our colleague from Chiboga, the DCO, I've been told you are in the house. DCO Chiboga. These commercial officers, Mr. Nkumiro and Mr. Akaziro, I don't know if you've already established a relationship with them, because the commercial officers actually oversee this BDS at the local governments. When you go to the grassroots, these are the gentlemen, these are the ladies that oversee the business development services. They oversee the operations of the MSMEs at the grassroots. So we invited them because we know they are very key in the implementation of BDS at the local government level. Our Ministry of Education and Sports, I've been informed that we have a representative. Yes, can we welcome him? Let's appreciate him. Thank you so much for joining us. Uganda Cooperative Savings and Credit Union. Yes, the gentleman there, thank you so much for joining us. Stanbic Incubator. Stanbic Incubator. We are very happy to have you. And the team from Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. Actually, I don't know how many times Mr. Nkumiro appreciated the ministry. And unfortunately, the PS has stepped out with the commissioner, but the team from the ministry that has worked to ensure that we have the association formalized. Ladies and gentlemen, join me to welcome our chief guest. Can we be on our feet? And welcome our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of State for Industry, the Honorable David Bahati. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for joining us this morning as we launch the Business Development Services Standards and also our newly formed Association for the Business Development Services. Honorable, you're most welcome. Thank you so much for joining us. In the house, we have the Honorable David Bahati. He's the Minister of State for Industry in the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. Honorable Minister, by the time you joined us, we have gone through a number of items on the program. We had welcoming remarks from the Commissioner in charge of Business Development and Quality Services from the Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives. Honorable Minister, we also had an overview of what BDS is all about, the Business Development Services, and what it means to the development of our MSMEs. Our theme for today, we are looking at professionalizing this BDS, the BDS services, to ensure that we hit our target, our goal as a nation of moving our economy to the $500 billion economy, and also to achieve our tenfold growth strategy. Honorable Minister, we also had a presentation from the new association that you are going to launch this morning. That is the United Business Services Professionals Limited. They are still very young. They registered just last year, but within a few months, they are going to formalize today as you're going to launch this association. So, Honorable Minister, I would like to invite you together with the Permanent Secretary and the Commissioner to take up the seats up here as we proceed with the program for the day. So now that we have been joined by our chief guest, the Honorable Minister, I'll request us to stand and we have the national anthems. This is a national function. Yes, DJ, can we have the anthems? O Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay her future in thy hand. United, free for liberty, together we always stand. E Mungu batuilinde, yutengia Afrika Mashariki, tuzieshe mwiti wa amani, yuilinde na malemba yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu, uwezo wetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Let's take our seats. So our dear chief guest, like I mentioned earlier, today we have gathered as representatives from the government of Uganda. Amongst us we have ministries, departments and agencies that have worked together to ensure that we develop the two standards for business development services that we are launching today, and also that have supported the process of bringing together the BDS providers to form an association and formalize their existence. Honorable Minister, the MDAs of government have not worked alone, but they are also private sector partners that have been part of this process. We also have the development partners that have supported the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives to develop these two standards, and also to ensure that the association professionalizes and exists as a legal entity. Allow me, our chief guest now, to invite our partners that we have worked with to ensure that what we are having today happens. The very first partner that has been very pivotal in ensuring that today's function happens is Agribusiness Market Ecosystem Alliance, AMEA. They have worked with us as the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives and the other partners to ensure that these standards are in place, and also they have supported our new baby, the association, to ensure that they register and also get formalized. So Mr. Harrison Kaziro, please, you are invited to give a statement as a partner with the ministry to ensure that what we have today actually happens. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Adija. Dear our chief guest, Honorable Minister, Permanent Secretary, and our Commissioner, Stand Commissioner, and all partners, and everyone in the room, good morning. It's my pleasure to stand here before you because this is a journey that we've worked for quite some time. And it's really with great excitement that we reached this day. I'm really super excited really to be here because this journey, as Kenneth was explaining earlier on, we began it almost 10 years ago with the producer organization's activity. And we are happy that we've been able to push, and despite the ups and downs, we've finally gotten it to this level. My name is Harrison Kaziro, and I coordinate the activities of the Agribusiness Markets Ecosystem Alliance. It's a global network of actors that support agricultural SMEs and MSMEs across the world. Our home office is in Netherlands, but we work in 10 countries in 3 continents: Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Our goal is to support the acceleration of MSMEs with a focus on agricultural SMEs and to build the systems that strengthen their professionalization. And this is what we've been trying to do. I support the teams in Uganda and East Africa, but of course, because I'm home, I had to make sure that the first investment that AMEA does in East Africa comes home. So you will agree with me that I want to share this usually as chief guest that Uganda is a unique country. It's one of the countries where if you have a talent to speak as fast as I am, and you have a degree from the university, you qualify to be a consultant. So regardless of what you can do, but you qualify to be a consultant. And very many of our small businesses have suffered because of that anomaly. Because someone hires, including the government, by the way, we hire professionals to come and support the business to grow, but actually we end up counting losses, all the way, right from the government to the smallest implementers of BDS. So it's a very big challenge. And however, we also appreciate that the government, through I can see my colleague Richard, from Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Trade, have done tremendous work to make sure that this reality, this anomaly changes. And someone was asking here who has heard about the national BDS strategy framework. It's a little bit of disappointment that some of you are not aware of that. You've not seen it. Someone was asking again, how many of you are aware of the national BDS policy? Again, some of you have not heard about that. But these are some of the strategies that the government is trying to do to ensure that we reverse this bad trend. The government is dedicated to supporting SME growth because of their importance to our economy. And 90% of the economy is built around MSMEs. But we cannot be able to succeed very well, our chief guest, because if we don't have technical assistance that is reliable and that we can be able to rely on to support their growth and professionalism. So what AMEA decided to do is, because we have this challenge also of development projects, where every actor works through projects, everything is more or less projectized, and everyone wants to work alone. Everyone loves to work on their project. But these projects are 2, 3, 4, 5 years maximum. And once the project closes, whoever has been implementing goes away with their staff. Kenneth just shared with us, as we're implementing the producer organization's activity under USA, we were trying to support this kind of work. But when the project closed, everything went and things went under. And this is what happens all over. And it's been happening for almost 100 years now. So what we're trying to work on with the government is to ensure that partners, actors in development stop working in silos, so that they can start collaborating, they can start working together. And when I look at these banners all through and the partners who have been mentioned, I really feel happy that we are on the right path, because we've been able to get actors together to understand and believe that it is actually important for us to support the government in pushing the BDS agenda forward. Now, as the government tries to support MSME growth, we cannot be able to because of if the landscape itself is not well streamlined. And this is the challenge that we are facing in Uganda and across many developing countries. So what AMEA did was to look at the strategy framework that was developed by Ministry of Finance and Enterprise Uganda. Our colleagues, yes, I say colleagues from Enterprise Uganda, really thank you very much for the support for that work. And we picked out, there are 5 pillars that the government identified as necessary to develop, to extend BDS to MSMEs. But we sat down with the government and agreed to support 3 of those pillars. Pillar number 1, that looks at the quality, and we're also supporting pillar number 2 and pillar number 5 that is looking at BDS financing. And this initiative that we are launching today falls under the pillar number 2 that looks at the quality of BDS delivery in the country. We all agreed with the partners that we identified to work with that the quality of BDS is very important if we're going to support SME growth. But like Kenneth was sharing here earlier on, we cannot be able to deliver technical assistance to the businesses if yourself are lacking in technical capacity. And also, it's very hard for you to be able to support the business to professionalize if you're not a professional. But also, that is very hard to eradicate if the whole landscape is still unstructured. So this is where we thank the ministry, commissioner, and then Johnson. Actually, we need to applaud Johnson a lot because we've worked with him to push we've seen his passion, the passion of the department in pushing the BDS agenda. We've seen their dedication and their investment in time and advice to push this agenda forward. So we together agreed that the first area we should look at is to support the professionalization of the people who are responsible for supporting the businesses. And the best way we could do this is to bring them together through a platform where we can support them to build capacity, to standardize the way they deliver BDS to businesses, but also be able to engage with the government and other partners to support the BDS access by MSMEs. And this is the work that we have. The result of this work is an association that we have today. And what the plans we have as partners in this initiative is to support this association to become a conformity assessment body that is going to support the providers of technical assistance to become certified accredited professionals. Because we feel this is the only way that we can be sure that the businesses are going to receive the BDS technical assistance that they need to develop, to grow, and contribute towards the economy in this country. So we are very excited as a mayor that we've been able to convene all these partners and get them to invest resources. They come from across all sectors of the economy. We have financial service providers, we have people from the academia, we have farm organizations in here, we have everyone from the entire sector, from the entire economy. And they're all pushing for the same thing because BDS affects the entire economy. The farmers and cooperatives are crying because they don't have access to quality BDS. People from mining are crying because of that. We just had the example of the energy credit schemes. I mean, even PDM is suffering because we don't have access to quality BDS that can support those recipients of the grants. So we need to come together, fight together, and be able to win this war. So what AMEA is doing is after identifying key partners to work with, one of them is Africa Management Institute. Alvin, thank you very much for joining this. The Private Sector Foundation, yes, Dr. Julius is here. Then Enterprise Uganda, and of course, our colleague from Ministry of Finance, Richard, who is in here. We set out to achieve 4 key areas. Number 1, to support the BDS policy, and BDS, basically the legal framework that supports BDS. And we are supporting this work very, very, very well. It's moving, it's progressing very well. Then supporting the quality association is here now. We are launching it today. And then we also supported the development of the BDS accreditation framework. which we now hope that the association can be able to operationalize. But apart from that, we are also looking at the BDS cost area. Very, very important. As donors' budgets continue going below, we thought that it is important to find a way in which the recipients of BDS can cost share. Because people are used to receiving free BDS from government, from donors, but now the budgets are so tight everywhere across the world. However, we think that the recipients, the businesses, if they are well prepared and the areas of support are well identified, they can make a contribution towards BDS. And we are supporting a pilot to test this theory. And it is moving very positively. I know we will again invite you to share learning from this. But also apart from that, we've also supported, Honorable Minister, we supported the development of the national BDS. We've been part of the team that supported this work. But apart from that, we also supported the domestication of international standard, ISO 18716. And right now, UNBS is domesticating that BDS, that policy to become a Ugandan BDS standard. And we hope that we can support BDS providers and all stakeholders to adopt and also conform to these standards. That's the next phase we are going to. Because we need to do things in a standardized way. We need to look at things uniformly. We need to define things uniformly. When you're looking at accounting, at governance and all that, we need to define these aspects the same way. Because without that, then we can't be able to support businesses to develop and professionalize. So we are very excited that you've been able to honor the invitation from the ministry to join us as we celebrate this huge milestone. And we are also promising and pledging to continue supporting this work. The association is basically our baby. So we continue to support it all the way until it can stand on its feet. We are so grateful that the commissioners identified an office for them. We are going to support the rest of the management aspect for it to begin on a good footing. And we're looking forward to continuing to work with you and push the BDS agenda forward in this Ghana. Thank you very much.
Based on what he has said and his promises, I think he deserves a better round of applause. Actually, the providers, Mr. Nkumiro, you need to work with that gentleman. It seems he has good stuff with the organization. Yes. So thank you so much, Mr. Harrison Kaziro. You've walked the journey with the association to reach where we are, and all the support that you have rendered to us as the ministry and the partners in ensuring that we professionalize the business development services. Next, we are going to hear from Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Honorable Minister, when you talk BDS, you are talking private sector, you're talking MSMEs. So PSFU has worked with us at the journey. We have worked together to ensure that we have the association in place. They are registered, but also they have supported the process of developing the BDS standards. Join me to welcome Dr. Julius Biaruhanga, the Director Policy and Business Development PSFU, to give his partner a statement. Dr. Biaruhanga, you have only 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, moderator. You hear me? Fantastic. The Honorable Minister for Industry, Honorable David Bahati, Madam PS, Minister of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, Mr. Abite Kaniza, with whom we've walked a long journey, and we've always been together in this. Different partners who have worked with us, BDS providers, MSME leaders, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Yeah, it's a profound honor to be here with you on this very historic occasion, and I will mention in a way why it's very historic, where we are officially launching the National BDS Association and the BDS standards this is not just another event from where we stand as the private sector, but it's a turning point for the millions of MSMEs that form the backbone of our economy. According to the State of Entrepreneurship Report of 2024, MSMEs in Uganda employ over 2.5 million Ugandans. They constitute 90% of the private sector production, 80% of manufactured output, and contribute 20% to the GDP. Yet, despite of this enormous contribution, our SMEs continue to struggle with low uptake of quality, affordable, and well-coordinated business development services. These challenges are well documented, but also very concerning. And I want us to imagine of a situation where you go to a hospital, you're very sick, but you're attended to by a very unqualified doctor. So that would essentially mean that your path to death is very near. BDS delivery remains fragmented, unregulated, and heavily concentrated in urban areas, leaving rural and peri-urban entrepreneurs largely underserved. Many BDS providers operate with limited competency, insufficient capacity, and without standardized frameworks, resulting in services that fail to meet the real needs of SMEs. We have seen duplication of efforts, weak quality assurance, and poor alignment with the national priorities, all of which have contributed to high failure rates, persistent informality, and limited access to markets, finance, technology, and innovation. Colleagues, Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, these are not abstract problems. These are daily realities faced by women, youth running market stores, whether in Kasese, young innovators in Guru agro-processors in Mbare, and without structured and professional BDS, entrepreneurship training, market access, facilitation, technology, support, and advisory services, their growth has remained stunted. And this is where PSFU has stepped in with unwavering commitment. So as the apex board of the private sector, PSFU has been at the forefront of salvaging this situation. We have consistently championed the voice of MSMEs in the national policy dialogues that we've had, and we've actively participated in multi-sector technical working groups, and alongside the very supportive Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, other MDs and stakeholders, we've ensured a truly participatory approach to BDS policy development framework. And on this note, Honorable Minister, allow me request those members led by Mr. Bitekaniza, who are part of the technical working group for the BDS standards development, stand for recognition. Those who are present, members of the technical working group. These members, Honorable Minister, spent sleepless nights, in some cases working overtime to make sure that we have BDS standards, and the private sector in Uganda owes them a whole lot of gratitude. Thank you so much. So today's launch of BDS standards and BDS association is a direct outcome of the collective effort, Honorable Minister. These standards will professionalize service delivery, and raise the bar on competence, and introduce quality assurance mechanisms that our sector has desperately needed. The BDS Association will provide the coordination platform, foster peer learning, and create unified voice for all BDS providers. So for those who are BDS providers, you now have a home across the country. Together, they mark the beginning of the new era of structured, demand-driven, and impactful support for Uganda's entrepreneurs. We extend our deepest gratitude to our partners who have made this possible. First and foremost, Honorable Minister, allow me thank you and the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives for keeping us moving and supporting this whole process under your leadership. And also allow me thank the Agora for facilitating generously the entire process of developing the BDS standards. Your technical and financial support has been instrumental and deeply appreciated. Our appreciation, of course, also goes to other partners like Enterprise Uganda, private sector development partners, private sector development unit, and private sector development program, and all members of the technical working groups, and many BDS providers nationwide. We traversed, Honorable Minister, the whole country, led by Mr. Bitekaniza, and made sure that these standards are an outcome of all private sector players, and including the district commercial officers. However, ladies and gentlemen, we cannot stop here. The launch of standards and the association is a critical milestone, but it's not the destination. The regulatory impact assessment, as you are told, has been done for the BDS policy, and Honorable Minister, we are hopeful that in the near future, we will have the BDS policy, which has already which is already in draft form, and clearly shows the need for a comprehensive policy and legal framework. We therefore call upon government to expedite the development and approval of the national BDS policy accompanying with the BDS Act. But Honorable Minister and colleagues, also with the guidance from the BDS Steering Committee at the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Developments, we need to develop sector-specific BDS standards, especially starting with the critical sectors that are to drive the tenfold growth strategy. So without this overarching policy and legislation, we risk leaving the standards and the association operating in a vacuum. Regulation will bring the necessary governance, protect both providers and SMEs, eliminate duplication, and ensure sustainable funding and coordination. The time to act on this is now. As PSFU will remain committed to this journey, we will continue to mobilize the private sector, provide a platform for dialogue, and work hand in hand with the government, specifically the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, to ensure that the BDS ecosystem delivers the promise of the Vision 2040, the National Development Plan, and the goals of agro-industrialization, tourism development, science, technology, and innovation. To every MSME owner listening today, help has come, but this time structured, professional, and accessible. To the BDS providers, the standards are your new benchmark. Together, let's build a Uganda where entrepreneurship is not left behind. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Julius Biaruhanga from a PSFU. It is also our prayer that, yes, PSFU will continue to work with us this journey. We're just beginning. The policy, the legal framework that you're talking about, it will all be a concerted effort from all stakeholders to ensure that we build BDS together. We are going to have the country manager from the African Management Institute, Mr. Alvin Kato. You are also a partner in ensuring that we have this association. Earlier on, you briefed us about the standards and your contribution towards developing those standards. Kindly use 5 minutes to give us your statement.
Good morning once again, everyone. Good morning, Honorable Minister of State for the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Honorable Permanent Secretary, and Commissioner Mr. Patrick Mugisha, and Assistant Commissioner Johnson Abetekaniza. Again, my name is Alvin Kato, and I'm the Country Manager of the African Management Institute. And it's a real privilege to be here on this great moment for Uganda's private sector and Uganda's BDS ecosystem. Today, for me, is really not just about launching an association or marking a policy pillar, but it's also about recognizing a journey of collaboration and also making a commitment to actually what comes next. At AMI, our mission is to enable ambitious businesses and entrepreneurs to thrive and grow. And we do this by delivering practical business growth programs, because we believe fundamentally that skilled people build thriving businesses create quality jobs, and quality jobs drive prosperity and dignity. Our work is grounded in research-backed and evidence-based approach that was used to support the development of the standards, but that actually shows that businesses grow when they are supported to apply practical tools, when they are supported to build the right habits, and when they are supported to embed strong business management practices. And that's really what we try to achieve as we were supporting in the development of the national BDS standards. And from the very beginning, the focus was clear. As I explained earlier, we wanted to move from a fragmented and inconsistent BDS support system to a system that is structured in a way that equips BDS providers with the tools to provide practical, high quality and results driven support to MSMEs. So as you saw when we went through the standards, they have not been designed to be a compliance exercise, but they've actually been designed to be a transformational tool, one that can help all the BDS providers in the room today to ensure that your own organizational capacity is strong and is strong enough to support the businesses you're working with, but then also that the way in which you deliver service to businesses across Uganda actually leads to performance improvements and leads to business growth and leads to impact. And this is critical because if we are to achieve our ambition of tenfold growth as a country, then we need to put the MSMEs at the center of this goal. As has been clearly said a number of times, MSMEs make up 90% of the economy in Uganda. So, in order for MSMEs to grow, they need high quality support that is delivered consistently and at scale. So this is why it's very important. We've achieved a very important milestone today, and with the support of the Ministry of Trade and with their leadership, we've taken the right step towards institutionalizing quality within the BDS ecosystem. The real opportunity actually is not in having the BDS standards, but it's in adopting the standards. So I would encourage again everyone here, all the BDS providers here, the BDS standards have been gazetted by UNBS. Go to the UNBS website, purchase them on the UNBS website, and start aligning yourselves to those standards, improving your capacity based on the standards, because this will ultimately improve the way in which you provide value to the businesses that you serve. So at AMI, we are very excited about this next phase because the association is now going to provide the platform for us to take things a lot further. I've been reminded by our chairman of the association of UBSP that the association itself is not a BDS provider. So the association will not be competing with you, but more so providing you the platform to become more professional, to share knowledge with each other and continuously grow, and also to coordinate activities across the wider private sector. So this wouldn't have been possible, of course, without strong partnerships. And as all of the other partners have mentioned, I would like to thank very much the Honorable Minister and the Ministry of Trade for really being at the forefront of advancing this agenda. I'd like to thank UNBS for the critical role they also played in gazetting the standards, PSFU, which really started this journey with the Ministry of Trade and also brought AMI into it. The AMIA for their strong coordination and leadership throughout this process of setting up the association, and the association steering committee as well for their time and hard work put in, and finally AGRA for their support and funding to get us to this day today. So as AMI, we are committed to continue supporting BDS providers across the country, to continue building capacity, and ultimately ensuring that the standards translate to real impact on the ground, because ultimately what matters most is that businesses grow, that jobs are created, that livelihoods improve, and that Uganda's economy continues growing and moving forward. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kato, African Management Institute. Let's give them a better round of applause for their contribution in advancing this agenda of BDS. Honorable Minister, most of them have been mentioning the Uganda National Bureau of Standards as a key partner in ensuring that we have the standards in place. Unfortunately, they are still on their way. Oh, okay. I am told that UNBS is in the house. And before I invite the permanent secretary to give us her remarks, let's hear from UNBS. Because you're a key partner, without you, it wouldn't have been possible for us to have these standards. You headed the team that did the consultative process to ensure that it's an all-inclusive process of developing the standards. So UNBS, just give us a brief statement, a partner statement, within 4 to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam MC, Honorable Minister, Madam Permanent Secretary, Mr. Commissioner, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maurice Musuga. I'm a Principal Standards Officer at the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. One of my roles at the Bureau is to be the custodian of all Uganda standards. So I'm here in that capacity, but also representing my Executive Director. Colleagues, I will not take a lot of your time, but rather to take you through a brief preamble of how these standards were developed and how they became regional standards. I don't know if you've been informed that these are actually East African standards now. Okay, that's a good point to start, I believe. Okay, this process began as a consultative process here in Uganda, and we started with these as Uganda standards 3 years ago. However, while we're developing the Uganda standards, the partner states of the East African community realized that they also needed business development service standards. Therefore, as we approached the final draft stage of the Uganda standards, we were requested to take these standards to the East African community so that these are harmonized as East African standards for all the other EAC partner states. So colleagues, the light at the end of this tunnel is that these are not only standards for us, but rather for all the other EAC partner states. And these have been gazetted at the East African community. The first standard was gazetted in 2024. This was the one on capacity development, BDS capacity, organizational capacity development. And then last year, 2025, they gazetted the guidelines for service providers. So these two, as I speak now, have been adopted by UNBS, so they're now Uganda standards. One other thing is that these standards are not free. Honorable Minister wants us to make some money as NTR, so we're charging at least 40,000 shillings for every standard. And you don't have to walk all the way to our village in Boyogerere, but rather you can buy them off the UNBS website, and you can receive them in the comfort of your office. One of the problems we've discovered as standards developers is that we have a lot of information that no one knows about. So promotion has been discovered as the biggest problem. And I believe with our partners in BDS, our next role is not only to sell these standards, but rather to ensure that there's uptake of these particular standards. And this starts with promotion from our offices all the way to the field. So the next function, as UNBS is focusing on, is developing guidelines on how to implement these standards. And we'll begin with guidelines for MSMEs, because these are the biggest players in this economy. Hopefully in the next 6 months, we will have, Honorable Minister will have guidelines for MSMEs so that they can adopt these standards, and then we can assess them thereafter. These standards are meant to be voluntary at the moment, but I believe my commissioner is working on a policy, probably at some stage, to ensure that it starts the enforcement of all the BDS service providers, but that is his role. I've done the development, and I'm hoping that he can help us with the enforcement of these particular services. The other aspect we're focusing on moving forward is developing sector-specific standards, like my colleague from PSFU actually mentioned, and we're going to focus on BDS standards majorly for the ATMs, what we like to call the 10-fold growth strategy. Hopefully in the next 1 or 2 years, we will have more standards, but focusing on specific sectors. Honorable Minister, our colleagues, I believe that gives us a light note to do with standardization. But all I want to encourage all the different partners is to ensure that we promote these standards. We are usually faced with the problem of people saying these are UNBS standards. We have nothing to do with them. And I believe that's a very wrong notion, really. These are standards for the country. And as you've heard, these are standards for the East African community. So whereas other partner states are promoting standards in their countries, we must do the same here in Uganda as well, and also ensure that there's adoption and uptake of these particular standards. Colleagues, thank you very much for your attention. Sorry, just a little bit from my commissioner here. How do you access the standards? If you walk into my office, you will access the standards free of charge. But you'll have to look at them on my terminal. That's my computer. But rather, 80,000, I believe, is not really much of a strain on your budget. That's according to me. I don't know about you. But you can purchase each of these standards at 40,000 shillings. If I could demonstrate our online portal. I don't know who is running this computer here. But if you got the UNBS website, perfect. Let's integrate with you. How they can purchase these BDS standards. I've seen a scan. Yeah, we can, let's get in touch after here. We can integrate the process so that when someone scans, they also have access to purchase of those particular standards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, UNBS. I think his message is loud and clear. I don't have to repeat anything that he has said. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the gist of why we are here today. And in a few minutes, we are going to see the launch of these two standards that we are talking about, but also the launch of our new association of BDS providers. Allow me at this juncture to invite the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Madame Lynette Bagonza, the head of the technical team at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, to give us her remarks. And Madam Permanent Secretary, after your remarks, you will help us and invite the Honorable Minister to also give his remarks. Thank you so much.
The Honorable Minister of State for Industry, Honorable David Bahati, the Commissioner for Business Development and Quality Assurance, Mr. Joram Mugisha, Commissioner Internal Trade, Mr. Zake Kalega. We had a commissioner from Finance, but I think she has stepped out, Ms. Diana Nanono. Commissioners and assistant commissioners, especially Mr. Johnson and Mr. Kanize, who is the brainchild of this whole event. Representatives of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, heads of government agencies, leaders of the private sector, development partners, members of the academia, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this important occasion, the launch of the Business Development Service Providers Association and the introduction of the BDS standards in Uganda. First of all, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to all of you for honoring our invitation. I also extend heartfelt gratitude to our partners, the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, because without them, our department wouldn't be able to perform its functions. Agribusiness Market Ecosystems Alliance, AMEA, the Private Sector Foundation, Uganda, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, Africa Management Institute, Enterprise Uganda, Uganda Business Support Professionals Limited, and many of you, I realized that later they mentioned other partners, Uganda Small Scale Industries Association, Uhuru Institute, Enterprise Uganda, Financial Sector Deepening Uganda, my sister, Ms. Sarah, Pelham Uganda, Uganda Manufacturers Association. All of you, we want to thank you for your invaluable support in making this event possible. Ladies and gentlemen, business development services are critical to the growth and competitiveness of micro, small, and medium enterprises. Simply put, BDS refers to the range of non-financial services that support enterprises to improve performance, access markets, adopt technology, and grow sustainably. These services include training, advisory support, mentorship, market linkages, financial facilitation, legal and technical assistance, and business incubation. BDS operates at 2 key levels. At the operational level, we support day-to-day business functions such as record keeping, compliance, and process improvement. At the strategic level, we guide long-term growth through planning, market development, product design, and process improvement. Importantly, BDS is not a one-time intervention. It is dynamic and it evolves with the enterprise from startup to growth and maturity and must be tailored across all sectors and value chains. I'm pleased to highlight key milestones we have achieved as the government, working with our partners. First of all, we have developed the National BDS Framework. This provides a foundation for coordinated BDS delivery, although we recognize the need for stronger mainstreaming into planning and budgeting process. This is for the PSD Secretariat. Maybe you can support us on that front. Approval of BDS standards in collaboration with PSFU and AMI, with support from MasterCard Foundation. 2 national standards were approved in December 2025, gazetted by UNBS in February 2026. These will guide quality and consistency in service delivery. We have also developed a national BDS policy. We are currently advancing this policy to harmonize efforts across programs and institutions, ensuring alignment with national development priorities. We plan to establish a national BDS registry system to profile BDS service providers and beneficiaries, and this is almost in completion. This will support coordination, capacity building, and data-driven planning. We also want to launch this BDS association to bring these providers under one umbrella to promote professionalism, enforce standards, and foster collaboration. Let me emphasize that UBSP is not a competitor. But it will be a unifying platform that will bring all of you providers under one roof. We continue to invest in skills development through programs such as the JICA, which supported Kaizen training, as well as initiatives supported by ILO, AMI, and the Stanbic Accelerator program. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move forward, our focus will be on strengthening impact, coordination, and sustainability in the BDS ecosystem. We want to promote membership to the BDS Association to enhance collaboration and professional growth, establish certification and accreditation systems to ensure quality assurance and credibility, strengthen M&E and learning systems, including data sharing across all stakeholders, enhance coordination and visibility of BDS services so that enterprises can easily access the support they need. We want to institutionalize regular engagements, including annual conferences and quarterly convenings for stakeholders. Empower local governments as our critical last mile delivery point for BDS. Expand the scope of BDS beyond traditional services to meet evolving enterprise needs, and strengthen MSME data systems to inform planning and policy decisions. Our priority or our call of action is that all BDS service providers should join this association, we urge you, and commit to professionalism and quality. We also urge you to develop efforts to support a coordinated ecosystem. As government, we are believing in a whole of government approach of delivering services to the last mile. Government cannot meet every need of every citizen, so we are leaning upon your support to implement this all the way to the last mile. Local governments will be integrated through our commercial officers into these service delivery frameworks. Entrepreneurs should actively seek and demand high quality BDS to grow their businesses. Together, we can build a robust ecosystem that supports enterprise growth, resilience, and national economic transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, our ministry remains fully committed to advancing the development of Ugandan enterprises and strengthening their competitiveness both locally and globally. I thank all our partners for your continued support, and I urge all stakeholders to remain engaged as we professionalize and scale business development services in Uganda. And I take this honor to invite you, Honorable Minister, to address this gathering for God and my country.
Our permanent secretary, is it on? It's on? You can hear me? Yes. Okay. Our permanent secretary, the commissioners who are present here, and all of you invited guests. Good morning. Good morning. I want first of all to thank the permanent secretary and our commissioners who have organized this important function. And to you, our partners, thank you so much for the support you have given us in this endeavor. Where I come from, there is a saying that unity is strength. I don't want to say it in my own language, but it says unity is strength. And that the birds that don't know each other cause problems as they fly. So I think this is the context in which you have come together, because you know that when you are united, actually, that is strength in itself. So I want to thank you for coming. Before we talk about
this association, it's important to note that the association is about small, micro, small, and medium enterprises. That's why we are here. That's the gist of the matter. But before you talk about that, it's important to understand the environment in which you are operating, the economy in which you are operating, and also to know that's not our wish as a ministry that you micro, small, medium enterprises remain small. We want you to grow. So it's not our ambition that we want you to grow, rather to remain small. So as our economy grows from 64 to 500 in the next 10 years, we also want to grow in the same proportion. So don't sit here and wish that the small medium enterprises remain small so that you can get what to do. You need to graduate. And when you graduate, you probably also focus on other big institutions. So ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to go through a few statistics so that you know the environment in which you are operating. Our country at the moment is 64, it's a 64 billion US dollar economy. And this has grown in the last 40 years from 1.5 billion in 1984. Now it's 64. And we want in the next 10 years to be 500. A great ambition for our country, meaning that everybody must do whatever, if you are doing anything, it's what I normally tell our staff, you must have them work in the mode of a 10-fold growth, meaning that everything that you are doing you must multiply by 10 times speed if you are to achieve the 500 billion US dollars. Remember, we have taken 40 years to grow the economy from 1.5 billion now to 64 billion. But we want to grow it in 10 years from 64 to 500 because we believe that we have laid a strong foundation that can make us continue this momentum. Also, our economy, to understand that it's growing at 7%, and this has been stable for the last 30 years. During COVID, Uganda was the only economy that remained in the positive, not even America. It did because we had the fundamentals right. You remember the speech of the president about going back to the basics. Because we had food security, we had everything in place. And because of that, our economy remained resilient during the COVID times. Our population is 46 million people. I'm trying to get these statistics and also to remind you, I know you know something, but when we were singing the anthems, I could only see our permanent secretary sing, others were a bit stuck. So meaning that there are things that probably we take for granted that you know, which you might need to be educated about. So our population is 46 million people. A great opportunity for medium and small enterprises. And out of this 70% are young people between 15 years and 35 years. And talking about the population, you remember His Excellency the President has been a champion of East African integration. And we now belong to the East African community with a population of 336 million. And we are projecting that this population will grow from this 336 to 886 million. So when you are a small medium enterprise company, remember that you have a huge population around you, meaning that just one product like this we are producing, you can expand it in the East African community. Nothing stops you. We have not only stopped at that, we have secured markets, a market that we call the African Continental Free Trade Area. And as you know, Africa now has a population of 1.2 billion, and we are projecting it to grow in the next 24 years to 2.5 billion, meaning that Africa will be the most populous continent on earth by 2050. And Uganda will be 100 million by 2050. And of course, you understand that our industrial sector contributes 26.4% to the GDP, and manufacturing alone 16.5% to our GDP. We must congratulate the permanent secretary and all the people who are in the efforts of improving our exports. We have grown our exports. Now our exports are at 13.4 billion. 13.4 billion. And when we mention these figures, you never appreciate. I don't know why. I don't know why. When we are not doing well, you want to put us on pressure, but when we achieve, you don't appreciate. So, but the task we have, the task she has as the permanent secretary and all people at the ministry, we want to grow this export from 13.4 billion to 100 billion in the next 10 years. In the next 10 years. And our imports now stand at 16 billion, meaning that our balance of payments are in the deficit. We are importing 16 billion, but exporting 13.4 billion. We would want to reduce these imports. We would want to reduce these imports to 5 billion. So it's important that you really understand the environment in which you are operating, and also to go back to the point I made, that's not our wish that small enterprises remain enterprises. We want you to grow. That's the reason why the professionals are coming together to improve your standards so that you can access these markets, so that you can grow your company and become a big company. And also to remind you, friends, that now the small medium enterprises are contributing between 70 to 75 of our GDP and almost 90% of the private sector. And that's not only unique in Uganda, even world over, even if it is in America, one of the largest economies, 75% of the American economy is comprised of small, medium enterprises. So small, medium enterprises are a big factor in the growth of the economy. So the quality of these small enterprises determine, I think somebody from one of the institutions talked about the quality of small, medium enterprise, and which will translate into the quality of jobs that we create. We know that small, medium enterprises, they are facing challenges. One of the challenges is the one that we are going to resolve. Skills, standards. Another one is access to patient capital. We know that. We also know that small, medium enterprises, you need to improve your standards. You need markets, but now with markets, you can't blame government. For us, we have done whatever we could to make sure that you have markets. We have East African market. You can imagine there's a very virgin market in the DRC Congo, a market in South Sudan. I wouldn't wish to state it, but you see, with the DRC Congo, they are not as strict on standards as European Union. So you can take any product there and sell it. But we know we intercept. If it's not a good product, we intercept it at the border. So we have done markets for the small and medium enterprises. We have African Continental Free Trade Area. We have secured preferential markets in Europe and China. But the point is, these small and medium enterprises are not doing enough to generate enough production to supply this market. So it's a challenge to you now. It's no longer a challenge to government because we have secured markets for you. So there are also, we have had complaints from the small medium enterprises about the cost of certification. But we have cross-checked and found out that some of the small enterprises don't want to go through procedures. If they say bring a company a registration, a certificate of registration, you don't want to bring it. Or they tell you these are the documents that we require, you take half of them. Then UNBS says you go back and get it. In the process, you say, no, these people are sabotaging me, they take a lot of time. So we want to urge you, small medium enterprises, follow the rules that we have put in place. And if you follow them, you'll be able to get the services from government. So for us to address these challenges that the medium enterprises are facing, for example, we have set up UDB and capitalized it. Now UDB, you can access resources at 20% or less for the development of your businesses. We have also put interest-free, the person from finance can tell you, interest-free loans for agriculture. If you have land of around 60 acres and you are doing some work there, you can access a loan or at zero interest from any bank that you operate in. So zero interest. Government is doing whatever it can. We are also trying as much as possible to reduce the cost of transport. Recently, President Museveni and President Ruto launched the standard gauge railway to reduce the cost of transportation. Where a cargo was taking maybe 8 days, it will be taking 24 hours to reach from Mombasa to Uganda. So government is doing, thank you for appreciating. So that's very, very important. UNBS did not tell you, but we instructed UNBS to set up a dedicated department to handle issues of small, medium enterprises. So a whole department is there to service you. So the opportunities for small enterprises to grow are enormous. That's the reason why I'm saying if you're small, medium enterprises today, this year, would expect you to have graduated the following year. And by this association, people coming together, offer support to small, medium enterprises, I think it will help grow our economy. It will help professionalize and standardize the products that these small enterprises are producing. So I'm very happy to join you today in this endeavor. And I want to thank you and wish you the very best in this association.
Let's give a better round of applause to our Minister. I request that you stay here because we are going into the actual launch. Mr. Utumiro, please do the needful. I also request that you be joined by the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Commissioner BDS and Quality Assurance. This is the output of your efforts, so please join the team. I also request the partners, our key partners, to join the launch. Please move that table. Yeah, the table. Amea, you're going to join the team. Fine. Okay, for the launch, the Honorable Minister, first of all, will be joined by the Permanent Secretary, the Commissioner BDS and Quality Assurance, the representative of a mayor, the representative of a PSFU, then the representative of UNBS. Yes, we are going to sign on the placard that you have officially launched the Business Development Services Standards. A round of applause. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. Let's have the Permanent Secretary also append her signature as a confirmation that yes, the standards are now out there. UNBS has told us that they are not just Ugandan standards, but they're East African standards. Thank you so much. Next, we'll have the Commissioner, BDS and Quality Assurance. We appreciate you for your contribution. Yes, Amea. Amea, thank you for the support. You're part of the reason why we have these standards in place. UNBS, this is your baby. Yes, please append your signature. We appreciate you for your efforts, but you still have work to do to ensure that the standards are adopted. PSFU. Yes, let's have PSFU also append their signature as a witness that they've been part of the process of launching these standards. Thank you so much. Our baby, the association, these standards belong to you. You have a responsibility to ensure that your members actually follow and implement these standards. And next we have the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. Yes, the ministry. Thank you so much, MOFPED, African Management Institute. You've done us well in supporting us in this entire process. Thank you so much. National Planning Authority, NPA, we have a representative from NPA. Yes, let's have you append your signature. Because when we talk about the 10-fold growth strategy, NPA, you play a very critical role. So what we are having here today, thank you so much, NPA. And last but not least, a representative of the commercial officers. DCO, all the way from Chiboga. You're very, very critical in ensuring that these standards are implemented at the grassroots. And as you're coming this year, let's also have a representative from Enterprise Uganda, also to append your signature as a witness. Yes, thank you so much, our DCO. Please take the message down there to your fellow DCOs. And then IGCU. IGCU, we also want you as a witness to this. Thank you so much for being part of this journey. We appreciate you. So ladies and gentlemen, that marks the launch of these two standards for the business services standards. So next, now we are going to officially launch our new association. No, we'll do the photo after. Yeah, after. Yes, let's have the one for the association. The United Business Support Professionals Limited. Yes, so Honorable Minister, will start with you. Yes, we still append a signature. And as you're appending a signature, before you came in, Honorable, they've been giving support to MSMEs to professionalize, yet themselves they were not yet professionalized. But today, it is indeed a very important day that they've become professional. Yes. Let's have our PS. Thank you so much. And then after we'll have the commissioner. Thank you for offering office space. Madam PS and the commissioner for offering office space for this association to operate. And next we have the chairman, the chairperson for the association. You've done a tremendous job to ensure that you bring the providers together, and here we are. We have launched our association. Mayor, you've supported these providers so much. Thank you for all the support. Then Africa Management Institute, you're next. UNBS, we appreciate you for walking the journey with the association, and please don't abandon them. Continue with them to ensure that actually they adopt these standards we have launched today. Enterprise Uganda, we appreciate you so much. Next is a PSFU. PSFU, we appreciate you for the support. Please continue supporting our association. They are still new, they still need your support. IGCU. And next, National Planning Authority. Yes. NPA. Let's also have the Stanbic Incubator. You are going to be part of this journey, mentoring this association. So please come and be a witness to the launch of this association. Financial sector deepening Uganda. Yes, please. Can you be a witness to this? Uhuru Institute for Social Development. And last but not least, AMFIU. Please come and also witness the launch of this association. Uhuru, you're very keen giving the capacity building. We appreciate your efforts. So ladies and gentlemen, that marks the launch of this association. And from today onwards, they are professionals in offering the business support services. So we'll go into the photo moment. Let's begin with the steering committee and the partners who have supported us in this process. Let's have a photo moment with the Honorable Minister. We want this to be visible, so we be on the sides, yes. Camera person, are we okay? Are we able to capture everyone? And after that, we'll have a change of the placard to the one of the standards. Okay. After this, the BDS providers, today is your day. You'll join in the photo moment. Let's have the providers. The providers, this is your day. Can you join in the photo moment? The BDS providers. Can we move this in front? Can we move the table in front? Or the seats here? So others can go up. We can also stand behind. We'll be able to capture you. Let's look up. You can stand up. You can still get you. Yes. Yeah. We need more people behind. We can capture all of you. More people behind. The people in this corner, can you move behind? Yes. So our camera people, are we ready? Is that okay? Oh, okay. Because we want to have this on record that yes, on this 26th of March, 2026, we launched our association for the business development service providers. Yes. Yes. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. We appreciate you so much. Our Honorable Minister, our chief guest, will be leaving us because of other engagements, but we appreciate you for giving us the time to be here today to witness the launch of the BDS standards and also the launch of the association. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have our break tea. We are having our break tea, so you'll be guided when you step out of this room where the tea is being served, and we are giving ourselves 30 minutes of that break tea, and then we get back here to continue with the program. Where? Okay. I am told that our tea is just in the next hall. That is where our break tea is being served. So ladies and gentlemen, according to my watch, it is just 25 minutes past 11. So we expect you to be back here by 5 minutes to midday, because we still have a lot to do on our program. Thank you so much. Your things are very safe, so you can leave them in the room as you go for the tea.
Colleagues, can we take our seats and look at the next session? Hello? Can we take our seats and handle the next session?
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly take your seats. Kindly take your seats. We need to resume with our program. It is supposed to be a half-day program, and looking at my watch, it's already a few minutes to midday, and we need to be out of here latest 2 p.m. So those of us who are still standing, please, Mr. Kello, please kindly take your seats. The gentleman at the back, please kindly take your seats. So DJ, please take it down. DJ, kindly take it down, take it down. Please, we request that you take it down. Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from our break tea. And without wasting time, we are going to go into the next session of our program. Because when we gave you the invitations, we told you that by 2 p.m., we are going to be done with today's program. I believe all of you have other engagements later on in the afternoon. So next on our program, we are going to go into a panel discussion, and we are going to dive into what actually professionalizing this BDS delivery means, and our focus is going to be on the sustainability, the scalability, and the impact of the business development services. And to moderate this panel discussion will be none other than our chairperson of United Business Supporters Professionals Limited, the new association which has been launched today, Mr. Kenneth Nkumiro. Kindly take your seat. You're going to take us through this panel discussion, and I request you to introduce your panelists.
Thank you very much, Khadija.
Maybe what I didn't mention that Mr. Nkumiro, as the moderator, we are giving you 30 minutes maximum to take us through the panel discussion, and also that includes engaging our audience, because you're not just going to speak to them, but we also want to hear from them. Thank you so much. 30 minutes is what you have.
All right, let's see what we can do. Thank you very much. Without wasting much time, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, from the break. We are going to have more insights into this BDS ecosystem, strengthening work, and see how we can move beyond just the service, but talk about scale, impact, and sustainability of BDS services in this country. And to discuss this, I have a team of panelists. I'll start with Mr. Brian Jemba. Mr. Brian Jemba is the CEO of Goldstone Consulting and Advisory Team. He's a BDS general at that. He has been in the space for quite some time, and he brings a lot of insights into the BDS work. But he's also a member of the steering committee. So we've been working together to bring this up. So thank you very much, Brian. Next is Mr. Richard Mobiru from the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Richard Mobiru is a competitive analyst with the Ministry of Finance, but very passionate about BDS and MSME development. And we've worked together severally to bring this together. And we are really looking forward to the support of the Ministry of Finance as we move forward. We'll also have Mr. Chiza Chizito. Mr. Chiza Chizito, wherever you are, please join the panel. Mr. Chiza Chizito is the program manager of Innovations Against Poverty, a program with SNV, but also working very deeply with BDS. Some of you might be already engaged with SNV as a BDS partner in the ecosystem. If you want to talk about inclusive business planning, if you want to talk about BDS with impact, Innovations Against Poverty is doing that at SNV. Don't crucify me for my panel. We should have had a lady, Catherine Poran from the Stanbic Incubator. She was with us, but she has had to step out for some other engagements. So we will leave it at that. So we are in an ecosystem where we want to move from just services to impact and scale, to standards and quality. We don't want just to deliver, but we want to deliver what is appropriate. We want to deliver at scale. We have MSMEs in our country comprising about 90% of the private sector. And they contribute, as we heard from the minister, the contribution has gone to 70% plus to GDP. So that means that it is a very important sector for us. It is an important group for our economy. But we also have business development services that are being delivered variously. But we have also blamed ourselves as development partners for distorting the market with a lot of subsidies to business development service providers. In other words, we have paid for BDS so much that the businesses feel comfortable, and if you pull out, they have a problem paying for the services. They have a problem demanding for the services. Sometimes I think even as development partners, we have delivered BDS that is not wanted for some of the businesses that we deploy BDS actors to. So, Brian, how do we promote a demand-driven BDS ecosystem in this country? Oh, my apologies. My other panelist is Mr. Johnson Abiteka from the Ministry of Trade. My apologies, Johnson. How could I? How could I forget my boss? How could I forget the person who has brought me here? My apologies. Yeah. Yes. So Johnson is the Assistant Commissioner, Business Development and Quality Assurance, in charge of training in the Ministry of Trade. But he has also been very instrumental in bringing us where we are, in delivering this baby to where the baby is today, and we appreciate so much. Thank you so much, Johnson. Brian, I was on you.
Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I think it's important for us to relay very well the fact that as BDS service providers, we are not against subsidies. Very important to know, but against market distortion. And in saying that, we need to understand that where we have free services being given, we have a lower perceived value of BDS by the SMEs, but two, it keeps reducing the willingness of the SMEs to pay for the BDS services. And the third one is where now we have created a dependency rather than growth, because then our SMEs are looking at someone must first pay for them to engage things that can help them grow their businesses, which is very unfortunate. And I think as an industry, what we are saying is that subsidies should stimulate demand, not replace supply. So if the subsidies are coming in, they should be able to stimulate demand. And so through that, I think we need to come to a position where we do kind of cost sharing in the sector. And for the core reason being that the SMEs need to come to a point where they, first of all, have skin in the game. To allow them add value or own up whatever is happening in this entire ecosystem of BDS. Today we have services being given to the SMEs, and we see as if it's just a program to the SMEs, and not something they are looking out to change or cause significant growth in their business. And so on my side, I think we need to develop a cost-sharing model that allows some subsidy to come through, but also to allow the SMEs to be able to participate fully into this. And through that, I think, again, we have a number of partners here that have been playing AMI, where we have had such programs. We have faster implementation because there is the SME feels that he has contributed something and he has to follow through what happens. But not only that, even the demand for results. Someone will ask or demand for the better output or outcomes out of the training that is happening. But also core for me is the sustainability, because then we can sustain change. The person who has been involved into this training, knowing that they paid money to have a change, will walk through or follow through to ensure that this change is sustained. And so on our side, I think the BDS service providers can better position themselves by having a cost-sharing kind of model.
Okay, thank you very much, Brian. So skin in the game is key. If there is skin in the game, people will get interested, people will get committed, people will see value for their money. If it's just paid for, they will not see value for their money. I want to come to Mr. Chiza Chizito, connecting to this one here. How do we provide subsidized support to MSMEs without crowding out private consultants? How are you doing it at SNV?
Thank you so much, Ken. Once again, I just want to say briefly about SNV. We work in 3 sectors: the agri-food, water, and the energy sector. So specifically, I'll talk about how do we engage BDS across all the sectors. First is that for the Innovations Against Poverty project that I manage, we focus on 3 core principles while working with the BDS. The first one is co-financing the cost of the development services. How do we do this? Is that as we work with the SMEs or the grantees that we are supporting, we ensure that the SMEs put into the budget the cost of business development, and we co-finance that. So even at the recruitment process, as they're looking for these BDS providers, they are together looking for exactly the need that they have at that time, as opposed to just implementing because there is available finances. The second one is working with the SMEs to take ownership of the BDS process. How is this done? So we are aware at creation, a lot of budget cuts, budget inclusions happen during the design of the grants activity or the support within the challenge fund that we manage. So part of what is crucial to us is because we are aware companies or these SMEs may not have all the capacities to run the business at a level that they would be, because we are so much interested in seeing that these SMEs scale their operations. But how will they be scaling if they may not be having the internal capacity to do that? So we first run an internal capacity assessment with these SMEs, so that they are in position to understand the real need. Then they rank the needs that they would be in position to manage with internal capacity or where they would need external BDS. So at co-creation, we then design budget lines for these activities. What is crucial here is that these budgets are split into perspective. One is that we put BDS budget to be managed by the SMEs themselves. And so when they're managing this budget line, our role as SNV is to work with them to ensure the recruitment process, the evaluation is well done so that there is value for money for this BDS. And because they do that, they're also so critical to negotiate the cost of doing this business. So it's not something because SNV or the development partner has put in money into their business for BDS, then they can put any price or they can accept any price. No, they go ahead and negotiate the cost of delivery of this service. The third approach is us managing the budget from our side. So the needs are identified together with the SME, and then the recruitment process is done in conjunction with us, and then the budget is managed on our side. Still, we are conscious of the price and ensuring that the market is not distorted. But what I wanted to add lastly into this, that we intentionally work with BDS providers to build their capacity or strengthen their capacity. We have had several meetings with BDS. First is to make them understand inclusive business models. What do we mean when we're talking about inclusive businesses? So many companies mention that their businesses are inclusive. Yes, because I work with farmers, just because I source from farmers, just because I sell to farmers or I sell to low-income communities, then I'm inclusive. But inclusivity goes beyond how do you make these part and parcel of your core business operations. So we make the BDS, we work with them to make them understand the process of delivering services to inclusive businesses. In addition to this, what we focus more is sharing with them the toolkits they can use in working in building capacity of this private sector or the SMEs in terms of value proposition, marketing and distribution. So we have simplified tools that we share with the ecosystem actors so that we can make a contribution in their capacity strengthening. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Banakiza. So for you, active involvement and participation of SME in onboarding a BDS, in deciding their price, is an incentive. Because then, if I'm the one hiring you as a business, if I'm negotiating with you price, then I'll earn some rights to demand for certain levels of results. So in other words, you are creating an environment where an SME is able to demand for quality and accountability, which I think is also a good approach, which is a good model to BDS. But also very importantly, you also have a direct approach where you are hiring and also ensuring the cost share to be able to manage. Because I think for most of these guys, for most of us, the issue has been us being crowded out because NGOs are paying, because development partners are paying. And I think for development partners in the room, perhaps that is something to pick today, that it shouldn't be a just give. Perhaps it is the time now to start demanding. And for some of these organizations, you have actually given BDS for years and years. And you ask yourself, where is the change? If you have given BDS for 3 years and the organization is not able even to contribute 10% to BDS in the 4th year, then you also need to evaluate and ask yourselves whether what you are doing was right. I want to come to Richard. Of course, the cost of BDS. BDS is a cost. I'm a BDS provider. I'm not going to do it for free, not pro bono for BDS. I will want money and so on. And you have all these strategies as government. You want MSMEs to develop, grow, and go, and so on. What kind of incentives might be available from government to help subsidize the cost of BDS? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairperson of our baby today. Before I answer that, I want to show you the kind of targets of BDS that we are talking about. One is these are people who are surviving in a business. So survival means that it's not about growth, it's about the day-to-day transactions that they are making. And so because of that, any extra cost for them is as useless, I would say useless as possible. So when you're starting to give service to these people, you have to first understand that and then transform their mindset to appreciate that it's not about today, it's about long term. And after you have helped them that way, you will be able now to discuss the cost. I have a program I'm handling in Ministry of Finance. It's called Informality Management for Compliance and Revenue Mobilization. And I adopted this from my experience in India. In India, there is a company called TVS. And this TVS motorcycle was about to collapse. The government decided to come in and requested the Indian Exim Bank to ensure that this TVS company doesn't fail. So what happened is that Exim Bank realized that in Africa, by then we're exporting expensively the second-hand Japanese motorcycle. So they said, we can pitch that you're buying brand new at half price. And ladies and gentlemen, today, when you go back to India, TVS motorcycle is one of the most formidable enterprises in India. They have mastered export to Africa of their motorcycles. Then the motorcycle was poor quality, but today it is one of the most competitive motorcycles. So this brings me to the role that government plays. And because of that, government is realizing that the issues like Ntandikwa, those development programs like Ntandikwa, where they give people money without first providing the BDS, they have learned a lesson. So when you look at PDM, government had to task Enterprise Uganda to ensure that it gives support to PDM receivers. Recently, the president, I don't know whether it was true, was saying that whoever doesn't pay back the PDM money will have a penalty. You understand? So from that understanding, and also the fact, Chair, that when I first came back from India, I worked as a general manager in a place called Sokadido in Soroti. I was in charge of business development. So, like one of the speakers said that in Uganda, if you speak good English, you have a degree, then you qualify to be a BDS provider. So, with my fresh MBA, I hired a consultant to draw me a strategy for the businesses I was overseeing. Now, this guy went and got a coffee, I don't know coffee what, and just copied and pasted. But somewhere, somehow, the thing disappointed him. So as he was giving us, presenting, we realized that this coffee strategy, then we asked him, but this is diary. How is diary and coffee related? So that's why you see government has been pertinent. The first time government supported the BDS was through developing the framework, because we realized there was nothing helping us to grow this sector. So the framework has been around, and from the framework we see the standards coming, the policy, regulations, and everything. Now also the association. So government has put a number of incentives. One is that as a company, if you prove that you have invested in the training of your staff, there is a deduction. That training cost is deducted on your tax payable what? Income. So already that is an incentive. Secondly, is that as a ministry, we are interested, because everyone is blaming that tax is killing SMEs. So this program that I'm telling you that we are looking at is actually intended for us to appreciate how we can change the mindset of someone appreciating that because you're making value out of Uganda, for it to be sustainable, you need to pay back to Uganda. And that tax is supposed to be the responsibility of the enterprise to appreciate the value it has grown from Uganda. And so in that program, we are providing, and here the challenge I've also seen is that people who defined BDS gave us a bad definition of BDS. Sorry to say that. Because now you're going to this SME and you're giving them a non-financial support. But every company must survive on numbers, on finance. Yeah. But now, the BDS, from the definition that we have for BDS, is non-financial. What does it mean? That now this company is going to pay for BDS and also for the financials. So we in Ministry of Finance, we are trying to see, can we combine the two? So this program is looking at a two-pronged approach. And maybe in future, we shall come back to the association and Ministry of Trade and tell them that, you know what, can we have a Ugandan BDS, since we are now leading the region with these standards? Can we come back with a Ugandan BDS that combines the non-financials and financials, so that one person is able to support, to handhold, mentor this company from where it is to where it is supposed to go? As a ministry, we are investing in that. We have invested in a number of tax incentives. For example, a foreign investor, if he shows the growth path for locals into the management of the company, that is also a plus for them. And then the R&D, research and development, also attracts deductible. The costs are deductible from the taxable income. So, and a number of other things that we can discuss later. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. You've heard what government is doing to incentivize, but also to make sure that your cost of delivering BDS is manageable. I like your approach to asking us to pay taxes. We are paying back for the money we have made from this country, which is a good thing, eh? Okay. So, Johnson, we are talking formalization of businesses, and as BDS providers, we do a lot of that, or we are going to be doing a lot of that. Some of the challenges, you know, including with the URSB of the name and so on. But maybe, how can we simplify the formalization process for businesses so that even us, we find our work easy as BDS providers?
Well, thank you, Kenneth. And thank you, members, for being in the room. I know the subject we are talking about, some people know what it is. Some people have even done BDS without knowing that what they are doing is BDS. When you tell them more, then say, hey, well, what we are doing is BDS. Then another one is doing something else and is claiming to be doing BDS. I think we shall have to keep sending out the message out there. Maybe before I answer the question directly, I would want also to add that the direction we are taking is that BDS should not be over putting compartments, because a business requires a wider scope of BDS. And in fact, for my colleague from finance, one of the first things we must define is what scope do these businesses need? If we can offer the scope according to proper diagnosis, then they will be able to prepare themselves. to be able to access the finance, to be able to access the technology, to be able to have the proper human resource and the other systems. And in that line, I would want to say that as providers, we may need to jump from one level of not counting how many have I trained, how many have gone through business plans or grant making sessions. What has the training unlocked? If you have trained a cooperative in governance or in strategic management, when you get back, do they have something that looks like a strategic plan or a business plan for that matter? So we may need to monitor some of those things. Later, I know this country likes employment, and people would want to say, if you were employing 3, how many are you employing after going through this? Though at times after BDS, there are people who say you will first reduce on the numbers, then again restart. Because in the first time you are only controlling what? Costs. But we may need to ask that. Then look at the issues of accessing finance. Every SME, you will ask them, what's your problem? They will tell you, my problem is money. But I have told the people, we have about 4 categories of people. There are those who go downtown, get a business plan, take it to UDB, borrow the money. Because it's well written, the person analyzing there sees that you can get the money. You get the 5 billions, the 2 billions. You take the 2 billions, and you are unable to implement the things as were in the business plan. And the next day you default. We have another category who cannot be able to write those books. They have failed. Then there are those who don't know that they should be able to have those books from, because when you get to the business institutions, the banks, they are asking you for an array of documents. And now, beginning with formalization. Now, when I go back to formalization, ladies and gentlemen, I think on our side as government, we are talking about having procedures made easy in a process of easing business. But I think we need to do slightly better, because I think, as you have had the sharing in the room, even when digitalization is supposed to help the process, it seems it's not doing so. Of recent, we have realized that there are people who are again doing BDS of a sort, like he's saying, I'm only connecting you. I'm going to connect you to that registrar. And yet the registrar there is saying, go back to the computer. But because somebody has struggled with registration services for a whole week, then he ends up believing that this person is giving his 500,000 is going to do work for him. What about registration of cooperatives? We have seen people who are calling themselves consultants, paying for registration of cooperatives at Ministry of Trade is 50,000 shillings. But a person takes 200,000 for bylaws and 800,000 for registration. Unfortunately, he brings the documents at farmer's house when it's like this period that the officers are running around to AGMs, and so the files delay. And now this person defaults on his promise, because the officers have not handled it anyway. And for him, he will claim these people would want what? Some money. Kumbe, he has done what? He's the one who has to do in between. But you have seen the Department of Cooperatives going out to sensitize the people on even on how to file returns, on how to register, and all of that. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would want us to begin thinking in those directions. Are we contributing to survival rates? The colleagues here who have been in the NDP4, I think NP is still here. The question they are asking us is, can we ensure that these businesses are sustainable? Are they growing? Are they competitive? Are they transiting from one level of growth to the next one? And that's the contribution of BDS that we are looking at. Now, Mr. Moderator, I would want to conclude with this thing which I want to ask the members in the room. When we are looking at BDS, we are looking at increasing uptake, because that's the basic problem. But this uptake has 2 directions. It has the demand side, it has the supply side. Now, this effort we are doing is a measure we wanted to have, such that we don't be like the way we did with the Bubu.
When we told the people buy Uganda, build Uganda, there was a supply constraint of the quality products, isn't it? And we had to go back to build the capacities of the people to be able to, up to now. Obviously, you know, the products are not yet of quality enough. But now, if you tell the SMEs, seek quality BDS, where should he seek it? I think this effort should be helping to that, us in that direction, such that we continue on the other side of the demand. We continue profiling the MSMEs. You saw the PS saying that we are having a data system that we have come up with, which is, she promised that is about to be launched. On that system, we are having 3 categories of people on the same meeting on the same page. The list, the page of BDS providers, they will be looking at the MSMEs that will be profiled. I know there's another category which many people here may not know. We are having startups, and we are giving them specific interest. Not starting businesses, but startups. So that system, if you are a BDS provider, you can be able to see the MSMEs. The SMEs can be able at least to know that you exist. Because the other challenge we have had is that we have had BDS providers existing in cities, and they are not anywhere up country. So that's one bit of uptake, which is demand and supply. The second one is on quality. Today we have launched 2 standards, but from the discussions you have already realized, people are saying we need more what? Sector standards to come in place and regulations. On top of that, the policy comes in there, the issue of coordination, we need to have it improved. That's why we need the ecosystem people to come in. Now, the third issue, other than quality, is M&E. With due respect, colleagues in the room, the development partners and the others who are not in this room, you are doing a lot in BDS space, but nobody knows about you. I have been in meetings where a report is known in Germany about BDS being done in this country, and for us in Kampala, we don't have it. And the person sees what we are reporting and says, no, you people, we contributed to BDS in cooperatives in Acholi, we contributed to BDS in cooperatives in West Nile. It's not anywhere. So we would want to call on people to join us, and we see how we can have that information in place. Obviously, the other pillar is about financing. The government provided BDS through the ministry and the local governments, through the commercial officers, who we want also to coordinate at that level to bring together all those people who are offering BDS is an issue that we need to think through. Those financings that you have, when you're having a project, don't think to wait for the 4th or 5th year to think about sustainability. Think about BDS from the start. That's when you look at sustainability. Bona Moderator, I hope that has helped me throw some words to the group. I thank you.
Thank you very much. You've hinted on quite a number of things, the issues of impact. And I think we have made it clear as an association that we want BDS that delivers with impact. We want to ask the so what question until there's no more so what. You've trained so what? So what? So what? So what? So that we are delivering impact, we are delivering change, we are delivering results. That is very important. That is the only way we are going to contribute to the tenfold. If we don't do that and we remain in rooms doing training without looking at the impact of our activities, we shall not be doing justice to the businesses. So let's do justice. So I think what I pick in terms of what is being done to ease business or what can be done, you are really creating an enabling environment in terms of the policies, in terms of the frameworks, the standards are now out. You have even given us space that is an enabling environment for us to operate and serve BDS actors even better. So I want to thank you very much for that. I want to come to the audience since all my panelists have had a chance. You can have an opportunity to interact with us in about a few minutes. Khadija, are you going to help?
Hey. Many hands. Let me begin with a lady since the panel is full of men. Yes.
So much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Chair. And I liked the question that Goldstone started with on cost sharing. And I like how the panel is seated because I see the promoters of free BDS are seated on the other side, government and NGOs. And what is happening in the communities is when you go out there to train and you ask them for expectations, you will not miss on that list lunch. Okay, they start breakfast, lunch, and transport. So I do not know, and I share this concern with Goldstone, how are we going to really break that narrative, okay, that mindset, because it's now a mindset. It stopped being an expectation, but it's an entitlement. Thank you for the English. It is an entitlement. So I wanted to know from the three how we are going to address that. Thank you.
All right. I need two more ladies before I give a gentleman. Yes.
Thank you very much. Mine is just a small contribution. At the Uhuru Institute, we've been doing BDS for a while. And from the word go, we felt that mindset was critical. If you do not ask these cooperatives to make a contribution to what they are receiving, definitely we'll have that problem of when next are you coming, so that we get the freebies. So one of the things we did is that everyone that gets a service from us actually makes a contribution. And the smallest contribution you make is 20%, and the highest is 80%, depending on the subsidy we have. And so we get grant, which we use to subsidize the services. And mark my language, subsidized. So the contribution I wanted to make is first that we need to change the way we communicate. When you invite people and you say you're coming for free training, already someone in their mind has not understood that someone picked money, whether from a donor or government, to subsidize for that training. So how we communicate is that you're coming for a training, but it is fully discounted. Not even we discounted. So someone has paid for that service. And the question is, if this person were not to be there tomorrow, can you fill up that subsidy or that discount that you're receiving? So mentally, we start getting people to understand that, firstly, this is short term. Secondly, before we come to you, we're even asking you questions of where do you want to be on your own, so that when we come to help you, we've only pushed you to a place where you can then run. So for all of us in BDS, first, strategy matters. How we strategize internally on delivery is going to be very critical, but how we shape those mindsets of the recipients so that we create demand. Without SNV, without ABI, without all these guys that we work with, we might not have effective demand for our services. And so it's incumbent upon us in this segment to actually create effective demand. Then we'll have an association that is vibrant. Otherwise, we might also be begging. Thank you.
Yes. Another lady, eh? Okay.
Why are we laughing? Don't I look like a lady? Okay. Oh, okay, that one. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Commissioner, for inviting us for this. My colleagues in cooperatives would know somebody called Kabuga, Mr. Kabuga. And if you know him well, you must remember that he has always made a very skewed example. I must say skewed. He would say a relationship between you who is supporting the business and the business itself should have a win-win. He would say it's like a man going to buy a prostitute. Forgive me for saying this. Each one of you must win after that night, whether it's night or day. If any one of you comes out of that room unhappy, it means that none of you will meet the other the next day or the next time. And that defines everything about BDS. So it takes me to what one of our colleagues there said, that sometimes we provide BDS, or we have the BDS providers who never go back to the business. Why? Because one, there was no satisfaction. And I think that the satisfaction here is hinged on our capabilities, including me as a BDS provider. That we tend to have this mentality that BDS is cast on stone. We fail to look at the targeting of the service and also responding to the current or the realistic demand of the people we are supporting. So then a question comes to my mind. What is the standard curriculum of BDS? That is one. The other one is, as me and the person who I currently want to provide BDS for my farm organizations are having an argument which is going to separate us. He's saying investor readiness is not part of BDS. I say, but BDS is holistic. I want you to look at the gaps within my farm organization and give it to them. But he's saying, no, you pay for someone to come and build capacity on investor readiness. And I'm saying, guy, I think we are not going to relate. What is the standard curriculum of BDS? How do we define BDS at the end of the day? Me in my layman's, I think that if I am sending you to a business organization, go there, the two of you must come out of this room happy. How you do it, that is a story of another day. But you should do it. Okay? The other one, why we never go back, is the cost. And I think that this is an issue that UBSP should attend, the cost structuring. Some of us are enormously ambitious with our pricing. You're going to a farm organization or a business that does not even make 5 million a month. Okay, let's say 2 million a month, because most of them are SMEs anyway. And then you're asking them to pay you 500,000 a day for your support. Will you ever go back there? So this ambition is also killing our capacity, or it is killing available opportunities for us to continuously provide BDS. Now the question is, maybe to ministry, my commissioner, and UBS, what is it that you're going to do to come up with a realistic cost structure? And what are you going to do, or how are you planning to do, or when will you do the sensitization, the messaging, such that me with my small soap business, I know that if I need business development services, I can contact Kaziro. I can contact, I don't know, Joseph or who, and at least this is what I need to pay. I should prepare my mind. But like this, Joseph is saying his own thing, or Grace is saying her own thing, and you leave the rest of us standing and floating in space. And that is the reality of the businesses that we are supporting. The third one is the resilience of BDS development services in the face of global shocks. So for example, COVID came, and COVID came at a time when you are at a critical stage of supporting this business, and you're no longer supposed to be moving. You're not moving out there. How do you resiliently continue to support this? Look at Trump. It happened to many of us. How do these businesses continue to acquire these services or receive these services beyond what has happened? What about the global trends, things like climate change? How do we integrate the critical global trends within our BDS services? And then lastly, the localization agenda. How are we handling the localization agenda in BDS? Remember, we are talking about innovations, we are talking about creativity, we are talking about all this. And then we are stuck on this black and white cast on stone curriculum on BDS. I think this is something that we have to think about. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, you should have made this one a panelist.
Do you need more ladies?
Let me give the men so that they don't think.
Yeah, we can have two last ones.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm a single John Baptist from Trias, Uganda, a Belgian organization specializing in entrepreneurship and BDS. My first question is about ownership. Yes, you rightly mentioned, especially from the Commission, that a BDS provider supports a cooperative. Okay, this one succeeds to get the first certificate. They are put on probation, but after 1 year, none of them applies for renewal or for permanent registration. Giving an example, especially Hoima, over 10 primary cooperatives were supported by a staff who was linked to the ministry, got certificates. The commercial officer didn't know. The people who received the certificate didn't know that even they were supposed to renew them. All got expired, and they had to start from the beginning. So the ownership, as BDS providers, if you go on the ground, you develop these policies, you support them, but you don't involve them. They remain with you and they don't own them. Then at the time of compliance, they don't. Even we have seen about on UNBS, the certification. For example, you have paid for one product a year, supported by a BDS provider. Once it's off, they don't know where to start from. Then such a business products have now to go off the shelf, or they violate and put the true mark when it's not certified. So as the ministry, what approaches or guidance do you give to the BDS providers to ensure that the ownership by the SMEs to the processes up to the level to comply with the regulations or statutory requirements are done? Secondly, how are the commercial officers linked to the BDS service providers within their locality in the district, such that such issues are well handled? Though not mentioning, one of the commercial officers said, I have seen so many cooperatives collapse, even the circles. So this one collapsing is not an exceptional. So how do you change that mindset? Thank you.
Thank you. You're speaking sustainability of BDS.
These providers.
We
The hands
can
are
have
very
one
many,
more.
Mr. Moderator, but you said one more. I need a gentleman.
My name is Barry Ojega. I'm a business consultant. I always tell that to everybody, I'm not a management consultant. And that's very important. I think one of the most important things start off by distinguishing between business support services and business development services. Business support services are operational. Business development services are strategic. Half the time when you got the SMEs, they're not thinking strategically, they're thinking operationally. So when you're starting to think of a business, you have to ask yourself, at what level are you interacting with this business? I like the assistant commissioner who made it very clear. He gave very nice example. Somebody has a problem with registration. I think that's a service problem. It's not a strategic problem. It's an operational problem. How do you get your taxes right? How do you get your accounts right? Whenever I go to a business and I'm trying to do their business plan, for example, if your accounts are not in place and you want me to do a financial model that is built from existing accounts, I'll give you an accountant to do your financials. Then I'll do the model. I won't do the other side. So I think what we want to understand here, are you providing business support services or are you providing business development services? Once you make that distinction, then you also understand at which stage is that business. Is it still a small business? Is it a mature corporation at the other side? Because if you're going the mature corporation with the other side, then you're talking of fundraising, equity fundraising, which is the most complex part because there's business preparation, there is going all the way to due diligence, and then there's transaction advisory that comes along with it. So I want to leave this room, if we can fully accept to each other, are you doing business support services or are you doing business development services?
So we shall need some BDS for that, eh?
So, Mr.
All right,
Moderator,
thank you very much.
I have done my job. You seem to have so many knowledgeable people, and some are still insisting they want to say something, but you're the one to give me
They can
the authority.
write down.
Okay.
Write down those that we can respond to, we shall, but also the comments are important for us as we build this association. Thank you. Yeah. My panelists, pick whatever you want to respond to and give a parting shot as well.
Okay, thank you very much. There have been quite a number of questions. I think I'll just give first of all, a highlight on the key question where we're talking about business development and then business support services, because we need to have areas that support us in distinguishing them. And I just want to give these 4 specific areas. So when we get to the aspect of the nature of work, business support areas are operational and administrative to support administrative work. But when we come to that business development, we are talking of strategic and growth-oriented support. Then the focus. Focus within business support should be within helping the business to run. But when we talk of the business development, we are talking of growing and scaling. Then the depth. When we talk of the support, again, area, we are talking of some basic and transactional. When we get into the business development, we should be talking of depth and transformational. That the business was at this point, it was able to move to the other point. Growth in revenue, growth in its profitability, you are able to see that. And the other one could then be the time horizon. When we are talking of the support service, it is short-term kind of efficiency. Something that are quick but when we get to the development service, it's a journey, medium to long-term growth. So, and maybe that will help us also answer some questions that could have come up. And then the outcome in the support services, more with the improved operations. When we go to the development services, we want to see the performance, we want to look at the revenue, we want to look at investment readiness. Have we been able to get some investments within the business? Those are very critical. I'll just add on, because I know we have now, again, a full team to support us on many other areas. We've talked of sustainability, and maybe for me that's very critical. And we need to understand that there are many approaches in doing the business development, but for the area of sustainability, especially within our SMEs, we must be able to develop ways that we can guide them into being able to, we call it what? Mentorship and hand-holding. And so, but even that to survive, there will be need to do an approach of like TOTs. So that after you've left, there's someone on ground who has at least the core that you can only give some few reminders, refreshers, but they can be able to sustain and ensure that the organization transitions from a particular direction they've been moving from into another direction of growth and improvement. And so the approaches must be understood in terms of what is the kind of thing that you're running. But I want to make this last maybe as I finish up. For me, the core should be that especially when it comes to the partnerships with development partners, that if BDS services cannot survive without subsidies, then we have not built a market. We have simply built a program. This market must be able to run without subsidies. If it cannot happen, it means we've not built a market. It's simply a program that is being turned around in different forms. And that's something we need to think about to ensure that there is a market that is sustainable to change our businesses, especially supporting the SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. What are you selling and who is the buyer? Richard?
Thank you. I realize that comments from the members were mainly around sharing experience that people have gone through. But from my point of view, just want to put this off my mind. One is that you as the business development service providers, you also need to check your mindsets. Because I've seen many think of training, think of capacity building, you know, these things where you just tick off and go. So now, if what Brian has said, if we are to build a market, then we need also to change our mindsets. Are you willing to give a pro bono for a company that you think has potential and then grow with it? The lawyers are doing it. Can you also do it? Can the association facilitate that? Because currently these are small, they can't afford you. But you could invest in them. And as they are growing, then you start reaping. So the mindset of providers is key. And for me, if we can change our mindsets from here, I think we shall have achieved the impact that the moderator is talking about. Two, from that mindset, then can we also have varied services? We were discussing with Brian, and we said, people think that these big companies don't necessarily need BDS. But the kind of BDS they need is not what many of the BDS providers are providing. Brian was telling me that he gave an example. I will not mention the example. The man just needed to put his financials in order because he had moved from medium to large. He has a number of branches and he still wants to micromanage. You understand? So now you as a business development provider, can you understand the need of the customer and provide appropriate support? Or you're going to tell him, no, I can train your team, I can do this, which everyone else can do. I think we need also to start developing niches in the BDS sector. Then credibility. So for me, when I got this person coming, very smart person, and then he's copying and pasting, I lost credibility, I mean trust of BDS providers. And moreover, I was more trained than him. He was just a BCom, me I was MBA. I refused to go for consultants. So then for him he comes and was a bit arrogant until we belittled him. So your credibility, yes?
You leveled him.
Oh, okay, we leveled him. So your credibility is also important. It's very important. Why is it that government is now coming? What happened in the past years? And I know government is coming because of realizing that the financing that it was giving to private sector was not achieving the impact because of the space, the gap of BDS. And going forward, government has decided that all these monies and programs that it's going to give out must have a BDS component. So that's a market for you. But where's the credibility? How can government trust that you'll do what it wants? Or it will still go to Enterprise Uganda. So credibility for you providers is very, very critical. And I think let's work together to build this association so that when it speaks, it fully represents and coordinates you so that you are one voice. The challenge I see with the Ugandans is that because you know this person and the other person in this office, then you run by yourself to get the opportunity. But if we can move together as an association, I think that will be a first step for building credibility. Then the last one, Chair. I think the challenges that I still see that BDS needs to solve in our private sector is how to build a partnership culture within your BDS providers. Because I already know, Chair, don't be don't be surprised when after a few months another group starts, and it's also an association of what? I've seen it with Kasita, and then another thing comes up. Ugandans, why don't we partner? Why don't we trust each other? It's a big challenge. Yes, Commissioner. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. We appreciate Commissioner. He has put his foot down and is saying no other association. So, but now after we have built a bond as providers, can we also teach our SMEs, our customers, the partnership culture? It is killing many of our enterprises, because this is what happens. You start and you're wearing out, but you don't have anyone else to help you with the decisions and what. So what happens is that at a certain level, the owner, the founder, is the one now killing his own business. Venture capital is failing partly because of our poor culture, our poor partnership culture. So I want to challenge you that, can we build this partnership culture? And then can we start instilling the long-term planning, long-term perspective in our business people? We were discussing with Brian. Most people always think that it is a day-to-day. Can we, as you're working with them, okay, you may be training them, but can you show them that the future is brighter if they took the right steps, and the right steps that you're teaching them? Chair, I submit.
Thank you. Kiza, very briefly.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I think you handle the issue of lunch and breakfast and transport refund.
Yeah. Thank you so much, moderator. And Brian and Richard have mentioned most of the key points. But like one of the contributor from the congregation mentioned that, how do you make this look more like a need and not a want? It looks more like a cost that has been subsidized rather than a free service. So the focus from the development partners perspective should be more of embedding BDS services as a cost within the SMEs that we support. If the SMEs put the skin into the game, whatever support service or business development service they are going to be engaged in, they will take it as a business and they will take it as a cost that they would have incurred. I mentioned at the beginning that when we are co-creating and finalizing with the budget with successful applicants for any challenge fund that we run at SNV, the focus has always been what support services and what business development services do these organizations or companies need, and ranking among these which ones are really a need or just a want. Once you differentiate between a want and a need, you will be in position to work together with these SMEs to really address their need, and they will be in position to contribute part of the cost of business development services. And as this trend continues, we see as the support services continue, we see withdrawal of some of this cost and moving them into full contribution by the SMEs that we work with. So we could give 80% for BDS budgets in year one. Then in year two, we keep phasing out this contribution as the SMEs keep increasing their budget. So to me, I believe that once we factor this in this way, we'll be in position to make the BDS market more sustainable than distorting it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Bwana Kiza. I think, friends, the issue of collaboration is very, very important. Let's learn to collaborate. And for us, it is even a focus area. Collaboration and networking. The commissioner told us, you cannot be a jack of all trades. I've done some work with Barry, the one who was telling us about support and development. Barry is very good at doing financial models. And if I know I want a good financial model very quickly, I'll run to Barry. But there are also things he knows that I do. That when it comes to thinking strategy, Kenneth can think through this thing very well. So let me run it by him. So let's learn to collaborate. Each of you here that I know where your strengths are. I know who to run to for something. Even if I'm writing a proposal, I know who to run to put on the team. I write proposals and I've approached some of you to put you on teams because I know you are strong in this particular area. And that is collaboration. We cannot win without collaboration. Thank you, Bwana Commissioner, for stamping your feet that there's not going to be another one. And we shall also not give you reason to allow another one. We shall do well. Yeah. So there are a few written questions here. Would UBSP consider mainstreaming of ICT? Definitely. Why not? One of the things we want to do, I mentioned in my speech that we are going to create a subgroup for standards and certification as a starting point to make sure that we put together a team that is going to think through with UNBS, with UGANAS, with other agencies of government and with us to say, okay, this is the framework. This is how we are going to operationalize the issue of the standard. So that is one group. We will have an ICT subgroup. We'll have an ICT subgroup. Whoever raised the issue of ICT, we'll have an ICT subgroup to guide us that now these are the trends in ICT. This is how you can use AI without looking a fool before Richard or before Commissioner. This is how you can use ICT tools to deliver better. So we hope to have those subgroups. Climate change. We hope to have subgroups in climate change that are guiding us in those areas. ESG. We don't understand it all. But we want to go to Christabel in ABI and say, okay, those ESG frameworks that you're promoting and so on, can you arrange a program for our BDS members so that we build their capacity in that area? And also find the experts. We will have communities of practice within this association. So that we have, this is a community of practice on this one, on this issue. So that if there is something that has come up, we can run to you and be able to say that you guide us on this, you lead us on this, you help us to respond to this and so on. That's the kind of approach we want to take as an association. In listing of aligned frameworks, could ESC Vision 2050, Digital Uganda Vision 2050 include? Yes, we will definitely. We are already working with government and we want to align as much as possible. Is UBSP a registered company with shareholding or limited by guarantee? We are limited by guarantee without share capital. How do you support business if you are not doing business? This is a good question. It is for me and you, but we are a membership organization. We believe that part of what you're going to pay will help us to deliver services, but we also have partners, including government, the biggest partner. It is here to support us to make sure we deliver. How can specialized firms, e.g. engineering consultancies, be registered in the BDS ecosystem? This relates to the practices I've spoken about. Even engineering, you join the association and guide us so that we can see how do we support better the engineering subsector in terms of, and it's among the tenfold pillars, agro-processing, manufacturing. So it is important for us. So join us and guide us better on how to strategize, to tell Richard that, Richard, this is how we are going to contribute to this strategy as we move towards the
the tenfold. Thank you.
There's a question here from a business owner. Okay. As someone that has paid for BDS before, I would like to know how you intend to implement the support we are given. Most trainings are motivational in terms of tools. So I would want to say that with a number of partners in this place, especially AMIA and AMI, BDS service providers for now a full year have been put into an academy. And this is, I think, cohort 1. We have 2 cohorts running, 2 cohorts. And the purpose is to see how to standardize in the delivery of the BDS. This comes from a point of how do you do your diagnostics? What kind of tools do you use? How do you support the businesses in using these tools? And so we already have partners that are supporting BDS service providers, but also more so. The reason of this association is to ensure that we capitalize on those opportunities through the ministry, through the partners, so that you as a BDS that doesn't yet have that opportunity can also come in and be trained, be supported, and become a much better business service provider. So to the SMEs, we just want to give you confidence that through the association, these are going to come as opportunities to strengthen the services being provided by the BDS service providers. The other one is, how have you prepared the tools businesses use? Again, from the comment I've shared, a number of these tools have come through technical teams that have done a few research and also surveys based on the technical support being given on ground. So tools have been refined and developed and are now being tested already. And so we're sure that by the time we enter into the next phase, a number of tools that have been used already by ourselves will now be easy to adopt by a number of us outside there. And the final one is a little bit more personal. Said now with the AIs in, okay. BDS providers need to talk to SME officials, stroke their clients, and give practical assistance and not motivational speeches. AI and AI around, should we pay with AI around? Should we pay for BDS? So, my fellow BDS service providers, you hear the questions. But again, it gets back to the experience that we'll be able to build as BDS service providers. The credibility that Richard has been talking about. We do not expect that when we go into rooms, we are going to be sharing motivational speeches, but being able to use case studies of businesses that have failed, that have worked, that have stood, how they changed, what they did, and how it can work for you at your stage of development. And so for me, it is in the ability of being able to, the difference between the AI and the BDS service provider is that through the service the BDS is giving you, we expect you to be able to close very critical needs in your business. One, to be able to pass the survival stage as a business. Two, you should be able to have growth in your performance of revenue and the critical numbers that we want to talk about. But three, we say that every time we reach out there, everyone wants to know, will I get money? So these BDS service providers are meant to support us to be able to close investment and be able to grow our business, which AI will not definitely do for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I add on the word transparency.
Commissioner, I wanted you to wrap up. I don't know if Richard and Kiza have any things they want to respond to before that. Yeah, you'll be the last. Eh?
I always want to just throw something into your thinking. What I was still talking to him and I asked him, do you know that in Uganda it's easy to sell land, but not a business? And then, because the businesses that we have are not sellable. And so BDS here, you're supposed to help these businesses to reach a level that if I have my money, I go and I quote the owner and I tell him, you know, you man, I want to buy this business. But we don't have it now. Someone would rather sell off his 50 by 100, but not a shop. And this is where the money is. You have the money, why don't you buy a business? It will make more returns if well managed. But everyone is selling land. So I just wanted you to think about that as business development or business support providers.
Thank you, Richard, for raising that. I know of an Asian guy in this country who has a stake in about 40 businesses. And what he has mastered is the art of starting businesses, thinking through businesses, building the businesses, and he gets people to buy them. And as they buy them, he has a stake. Yeah.
Thank you, moderator. Mine, the last message is, when we are offering business development service, what do we do when we identify support service needs with the SMEs or the cooperative we support? Do we focus only on the business development because that was not part of what we are meant to do? So let's think about how we provide holistic support to the businesses when we are contracted or when we are called upon to provide this support service. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How is UBSP leveraging AI? I think we have responded to that one. We are learning, but we also want to have as many subcommittees as possible, specialized in these areas, to guide us. Finally, from me, I want to say that don't worry so much about Barry's definition of support and development. This is just a business name. It's a business name. So there's a lot that we are doing under this business name. Support, development, and all of it. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Bwana Moderator. Now, I've said add transparency in whatever we do. 2, can we differentiate those services? I said earlier that the definition of BDS, incidentally, we are not reinventing the wheel. BDS is an international issue. Somebody told you that when we started doing standards here, the people at the ESC said, you are doing this work. Can we have it? And they had moved us at a slightly higher speed. You know, at a certain point, we had not had the council at UNBS. So when we were not having the approval being done, the other people were already about to start doing what we have initiated here at the what? At the other level. However, I have noticed that from the discussions, we need to get appraised of this definition and also see the expansion of the scope. When we are saying mentorship, consulting, advisory, in what? So that kind of scope, I know my commissioners again talked about the issue of hard BDS and soft BDS. We need to be around the table such that we get clearly what we are talking about. The third thing is that the association. The reason why we are saying we have people in this association, other than the other things they have said, you get to work with one institution which require different skills, and at times you don't know where the people are. For example, there is one section of BDS called the quality and certification issues. There are not very many people around even in this room. Even you people, you may not know who can be the best person to help you into the certification processes. Now, but when you are part of the association, you can be able to define that. Number 4, somebody was asking, how do we differentiate politics from and coming up with national issues? As long as we do the right thing, the politics will not interfere. It will support. Yeah, it will support. By the way, you see the decision is being taken. I hope you have read the manifesto of the government that is about to start in the next a few months, you know how the things have been written, if you have read. If you have not, please visit. A number of things have been put there. Now, issues of alignment. This government has pronounced itself on the alignments, the 2040, by there up to 2063, and even picking on the international level. So we are going to align all that. The association and everybody in this space will not act away from that. Because for the next 5 years, the National Development Plan 4 is a guiding document. You have heard of the 10-fold strategy, the ATMs, all that. We need to align such that whatever we are reporting gets to that level. Ecosystem. I have talked about us creating an ecosystem at this level. But we are asking the local governments to create the same ecosystem. This idea of the commercial officer talking about a cooperative, when the agriculture person is talking about higher farm organization, and they are same members, it can't be. If you remain working differently, you will fail. I know when all those people are brought around the table, it will be able to do it, to be worked on. But that ecosystem, we need it. Because some of us act there. I happen to know some of the examples they were giving. You find somebody is dealing with this cooperative for 10 years, but the commercial officer has never even attended their AGM and is not bothered of what is happening there. Some of them, by the way, there are innovations that are coming. I don't know whether even as BDS providers, we are updating ourselves in that sense. There's a district where we went promoting housing cooperatives. And the commercial officer was saying, these things, go to Ministry of Lands. Maybe those people of lands will be able to help. But it's a cooperative. When we talked about energy, they were saying, maybe the engineer, you go to, that was Umeme that time. Somebody was referring us to Umeme, and that was a challenge. But we need to uplift ourselves in that respect. The issue of using the ICT systems, by the way, I know without asking that most of you are on TikTok. Whether as people who are looking at peeping, or where you are using it for stress. You are not using it for training others, but you have seen some trainings on TikTok, meaning the world is moving beyond. I know my colleagues know that we have been talking about the issue of digitalizing our trainings, but we need to ensure even you, people who are used to flip chart and markers only, at times we may not catch up with these people. Somebody is talking about the youth as we go digital, and there's a section of BDS which is idea generation. Those youth need to be involved. Otherwise, we shall not be doing anything. Now, I want to end with another point, another section, why we have also the Minister of Education here, the chair of UBSP has talked about UGANAS and UNBS certification. Setting the criteria, we shall not sit alone and set them. You as BDS providers will be around the table. And then we shall agree who takes it. However, the current discussions have been that before we come up with the institution, or before the UBSP is strengthened enough, the Ministry of Trade has to come up with mechanisms of recognition. If somebody is a member and he has gone through certain kind of trainings, then you begin recognizing them. But as the institution grows and is strengthened, then the role of certification is taken on. And so we shall call on you to do that. Maybe let me end by saying, don't run the businesses. Offer them the BDS. I hope we have understood that statement. There are some of us who are going into the businesses to run them when they have given you to offer business development services. And as usual, when you are giving them a report, you end with the concluding paragraph. A lot has been done, but I think we need to do this more. And the best available, we are available to give you this support. You see that? So, ladies and gentlemen, I seem to have said many things, but I think we can continue building on that. And we want to call on you. I know some other things will be said later. You have heard us talk about the BDS policy, and some of the issues you are raising will relate to that. Please be willing to give your input in that policy such that when the government passes it, you have your input into the document. I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Bwana Commissioner. Thank you very much, my panelists. Thank you very much, Brian, Richard, Bwana Kiza, and Johnson. Thank you very much for those insights. Thank you very much to the audience for being a good one and for sharing with us your insights. The comments are taken very, very seriously. We are going to integrate them into our planning. Before I hand over to the main moderator, I think we are going to have a photo here. Yeah, thank you, of this panel. Yeah, okay.
I was actually going to say that. Actually, Jane, come and join them. Kindly. Kindly announce our friend. Yes. You know, usually for us, we don't appear in pictures. From Ministry of Finance, yes. And he says he wants you to stand next to him. Yes. Yeah.
You can see the smiles.
Otherwise, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate the panel. Let's appreciate them for the detailed discussions. In a special way, let's appreciate our moderator, Mr. Kenneth Nkumiro. Thank you so much. You actually used twice the time that we had given you, but we did not bother you because the discussions were quite interesting, very engaging, and at least we allowed the audience to give their views, to listen to them, and also the panelists to be able to respond. As we finish the photo moment, okay, all right. Okay, thank you so much. When you look at the copy of your program, on your tables, you have some questions that we are given to you. It's okay. I'm handling it. Yes, if you... ladies and gentlemen, if you look at your table, please confirm to me that you have the questions on your tables. Yes, each and every table has a copy of this. We gave you some questions on each and every table. Some tables are saying they are not there, but we made sure that at least we give a copy to each and every table. And what was expected of us is to have these round table discussions. But in the interest of time, we are not going to go into that. But we are requesting that please, where you are, you can go through this and you jot down your opinions, your suggestions, your answers to the questions on that paper. And then we are going to collect them and we shall go through them as ministry, as the association, and the other stakeholders. So kindly please look at those questions and give us your responses. Get a paper and give us the responses. As we leave, we are going to collect the responses, the opinions from each and every table. Please confirm that you have a copy, because we are interested in your ideas. We are walking this journey together. We do not want to be dictators. That's why we want to hear from you as our audience. So as we do that, allow me to recognize the presence of the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, MAIF, Our colleagues from MAIF, I don't know if they are still around. Yes, yes, MAIF. Can we welcome them? Can we appreciate them? Because most of the MSMEs that you people are giving this non-financial support are actually agriculture-based. That is why MAIF is a very important stakeholder if we're talking about this BDS. So they are also part of the journey and they are supporting us. Also, allow me to recognize the ICT Innovation Hub, our colleagues from the ICT Innovation Hub. I don't know if they are still around. Yes, thank you so much. Can we appreciate them? Thank you so much for joining us. Bank of Uganda, BOU. We had a colleague, a representative from BOU. Maybe he or she has stepped out, but we also appreciate their support towards this journey that we are walking. So as we are looking at those questions and also writing down the responses, allow me to invite Enterprise Uganda to say something to us. As we had earlier on mentioned, Enterprise Uganda has also been very instrumental in supporting this process. They have supported the process of developing the 2 standards that have been launched today, and have also supported the providers to create or to come up with this association. So Mr. Bazuwane, please come and speak to us.
Thank you. I know I'm standing between you people and leaving, so I'll be brief. And lunch, actually. I'm called David Bazuwane. My boss is the DG and CEO who wouldn't be here, so I represent them. I work as the partnership and systems development manager at Enterprise Uganda. Now, I'll tell you what we do in a nutshell. We have been in existence since 2001. We are a PP entity, public-private partnership entity, and we endeavor, or we aspire to offer socio-economically transformative BDS services. Like some lady said here, some of them are subsidized. So if we call you for training and not ask you for a penny, it's not free. It has been subsidized by government and anchored in some cases. And some of them, we ask you to pay money. But our BDS services or BDS support function are mainly transformative. We try to get into your mind and encourage you to look at your business as actually a business entity. Some people do business for the sake of it. I'll give an example. Like, I'm not being tribal here. Like in Western Uganda, there is a certain community which used to keep, somebody would have like 1,000 heads of cattle, but they have no shoes and they are illiterate. Then you would ask them, why don't you use some of those cattle to see it as a business and improve yourself? So Enterprise Uganda, what we do basically is we offer socio-economically transformative BDS, but we start with your mind. We try to change your mindset to look at whatever you're doing as a business and how to do it well. We don't work alone. We partner, like with MDS, like Ministry of Trade. We partner with the private sector. We partner with development partners and other supporter facilities like Grow Project, for example, and others. We are now based in Butabika. We have a state-of-the-art facility there. If you're offering BDS, we can give it to you to use it as long as you are going to use it for BDS only. You can approach us and we see a modality of how you can use some facilities. Please don't approach us to hold a wedding in our conference. We shall not allow you. It has to be BDS related. You go following due process, you can come to us and we can work with you and synergize. We are happy that UBSP is now around. BDS space, you can't exhaust it. So the more the players, the better. And we have the regulators like Ministry of Trade, Finance to help us with this. So basically that's what we do. And we have been part of this journey, especially in formatting the framework and also developing the standards. So I thought I could say these words, but we're happy to be here. Don't fear to contact us. As long as it's about BDS, we can say how we can work with you, following due what? Process. That's all I thought I had to say. Thank you very much. Then also, oh sorry, I forgot. We somehow hijacked this event. There is a QR code here. This is for UBSB. There's one we had put on the table. That one is for enterprise to get a database of what you do, but let this be the one to take the lead. The other one will just be to support. You know what I'm saying? The focus now today is this one, not that we are trying to hijack him. Mr. Nkumiro, thanks for that correction. So thank you. That's all. Over to you, madam.
Thank you so much, Enterprise Uganda, Mr. David Baziwane. Can we clap for him? I think you have forgotten what the minister told you. Some of these things we need to clap and appreciate. He has made an offer, state-of-the-art space for you to go and do BDS business, but you didn't clap for it. So Enterprise Uganda, thank you so much for that offer. We really, really appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to the end of our program today. When you look at the copies of your program, at least we have managed to cover most of the items on our program. You've been such a wonderful audience, wonderful participants. Can you appreciate yourselves? Thank you so much for being here. Sometimes we invite people, after taking tea, they disappear. But you're such a wonderful audience. You've stayed around and you've been actively participating in the discussions. So allow me to, first of all, appreciate our commissioner, who is now representing the entire Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, Mr. Patrick Mugisha. Like I said earlier on, he has been at the helm of ensuring that this association is in place and formalized. And also he has been taking the lead in the process of developing the two standards. Let's clap for our commissioner. Secondly, let's appreciate the major partners again, those who have made this possible. AMEA, Agribusiness Market Ecosystem Alliance, please stand up. Thank you so much. Everything that you are seeing in this room, even the hotel, everything, the food, the tea, AMEA has been the person that is facilitating all this. We appreciate you so much. UBSP, Mr. Kenneth Nkumiro, you've been such a wonderful partner. Thank you for making this to happen. We appreciate you. Again, allow me to appreciate PSFU, Private Sector Foundation Uganda. Can we clap for them? They've been very wonderful partners. Let's also appreciate Uganda National Bureau of Standards. I don't know if our colleague is still around. UNBS, he has been very key. Financial sector deepening Uganda. Okay, the lady has left, but they've also been very, very wonderful partners in ensuring that actually this event happens. And to all of you, our participants, those from the MDS, the ministries, the departments and the agencies of government, thank you so much for being here. Can we clap for the representatives of the MDS? Ministry of Education, MAIF, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Finance, we all appreciate you so much. The development partners in the room, all the development partners in the room, we appreciate you. Can we clap for them? Thank you so much for your support. And last but not least, the BDS providers yourselves. Thank you so much for being here today. And on that note, let me invite our commissioner, Mr. Patrick Mugisha, to give us the closing remarks before we depart for lunch. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon once again. Good afternoon. No, you're good people. You're good people. By the way, it's still Women's Month. All the women in the house, happy Women's Month. Yeah, so, yeah. If no one gave you those wishes, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and UBSP, we value the strategic role of women in our society. Yeah. So really, You see, the power of women. My sister here who's trying to capture my. So that's very important for us to appreciate gender equity and its diversity across the different domains. To me, I want to say thank you, and I'm really grateful to God that this day was planned for, it has come to pass, and we're actually having actionable take-homes that is going to define the BDS ecosystem of this country moving forward. One thing I really want to emphasize, colleagues, is that no one is bigger than, none is bigger than this association. No, it has come to stay. It has come to stay. And to me, you know, sometimes if you're not proactive and you miss on the time and the season, others will take it up. So if really you are out there and you thought you are the rightful association that everyone should belong to, and you never came, colleagues, you think I can call the minister back, the PS back, and say, please come, let us reverse what we did? Forget it. Now, you just have to swallow the bitter pill and find how to leverage on the new normal, and we work together. It's as simple as that. What I believe is that this association, UBSP, is not competing with anyone. It's just an umbrella body that, if you know you're a BDS service provider, in your own capacity, in your own strength and proposition, that's the only way we can find you. When government has got strategic programs and we are saying we need service providers to take on these opportunities in PDM, in MSMEs, at the local governments, within maybe academia, within the TVET space, yeah? Colleagues, it's your profile that is going to sell you. By the way, you being a member of this association does not guarantee you business. It doesn't. It doesn't. So don't go and rush to the media and you say, Mugi said, Mugi said. It doesn't guarantee you business opportunity. It's how you sell yourself. It's how you market yourself. I'm a chemist by training. To be precise, I'm a synthetic organic chemist. When I'm designing a new molecule, I have to be orderly. How I put, there are reactions you cannot just rush and put an ingredient in a flask just very fast. It needs a drop by drop to allow the reaction to go slow and then increase over time. I want order. And order has to prevail. Order has to prevail. And the beauty with this is that we are going to maintain an open door policy. All views, feedback is welcome from every MDA, every BDS service provider. Yeah? Please, just make this something that can sell for you. Who knows? My brother Richard here and my sister Goret here, they can lose their financial tempers this afternoon and they say, you know what? We're going to have a Ntandikwa for this, for capacity building for BDS service provider. We know you've got your own weaknesses. Yeah? We know you've got your own weaknesses, but we want to handhold you, you become experts. Such that tomorrow, tomorrow we say there's UBSP Kenya branch, UBSP Burundi branch, UBSP where? Mention them. Some of you are going to take businesses in those domains. But if you start fighting today, before I even kuwasibula, no. the thing is, unity is power. Let us work together. Are we together? Let us work together. Let us respect each other's abilities. And the chairperson was very clear that don't try to tell us that you can do everything. You can't. You can't. You cannot. Let me tell you, there are things I'm good at, and there are things that my deputy, Johnson, is good at that I cannot do. And I'm humble enough to accept that, Johnson, take on this thing, I can't do it. Even I've got principals, senior officers, junior officers who are good at something I can't do. That's maturity. But you can collaborate horizontally, vertically. And by the way, please go for pooling. Pooling. UBSP, one of the key things you're going to be tasked to do as well is when opportunities for when work is available, flag it on the website. That's where opportunities are going to be. Even that link of that website will be linked with Ministry of Finance, where the opportunity is there. Yeah? It's us who can actually even decide to define what checklist do we need for a BDS service provider to support the PDM program. I will be involved. You shall be involved. So that we know which is the best thing to undertake. Colleagues, I never start a war and I don't win. So for us, let us work. Let us work. Issues of resource mobilization, strategic partnerships that we need all of us, we are going to do it. Personally, I'm committed. I'm committed, and I pledge my allegiance to this cause. I pledge my allegiance to this cause. If another association comes and tell me, Mugi, this is the best. I've already signed a contract here. You've seen me, it's like a marriage. So I'm here. No divorce. Let us work. Let us work. If others come like girlfriends, I will tell them, you plug in there. Plug in there, plug in there. And all of us win. Last but not least, the association, colleagues. Membership fees is not a sustainable model. It's not. It's not. That's why someone asked that, are you a limited company? That are you registered? You get it? That how can you train about BDS when you're not a business yourself? No. As a guarantee, the kind of registration this legal entity stands for is okay. The thing is that the people who make it work out are the members. They are the members. But as a commitment, we want you to be sustainable. I want to see a time when this association can also even open up its own circle, where you as business service providers, you've got a circle. You're able to navigate this and self-sustainability. Richard and my sister Goretti cannot refuse to support that in those offices which they'll be sitting when I'm not there. This is my brother, this is my sister. They'll fight for me, for my interests. But also, we're also going to navigate this. Madam Goretti, as part of reporting, these activities already by now, we've already met some of the deliverables that you had tasked me in the NDP4. Already by this, we've already scored now. Next time they're reporting for Q3, this one is part of the output. We've won. Yeah, we have marks. Yeah. Now, those are the things that are going to come as we move forward. Please continue engaging Johnson. I'm supposed to be in many places. Not that I'm omnipotent, but so let him continue with that. Engage him. Let him be the focus. Let him be the address that you really want to engage with. Please, let's keep this sustainable.
He'll inform me, will advise, will provide guidance and support every time we need to make this working. On 27th June 2026, it's the World MSME Day. Yeah. How many of you knew that we've got a International Day for MSMEs? How many knew that? Let's be honest. We want to go to heaven. How many? So others didn't know. That day exists. And you can imagine running a masterclass on BDS and all of you are present. Most of the guys who are going to come there exhibiting are actually MSMEs that are informal. That is the moment for you to showcase your prowess. Are we together? Then, last but not least, I want to recognize the team from Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. I'm not being biased. We're just the hosts. These are my people. Otherwise, if I don't recognize them, yeah, it's not good. It's not good. And as a leader, I need to recognize the soldiers that have been with me through this time. So kindly, if you're from Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, kindly on your feet, simama wakuone. Simama wakuone. Aha. Yeah. So, hey, Esther, for you in Ministry of Finance, hey, you see, that's a wrong attitude when you don't want to associate with your father. It's bad. Please, so thank you so much. These guys have done a very good job, and I do really appreciate them. And also for those that are within the agencies that we provide oversight for, I think I saw some people from Uganda Industrial Research Institute. Yes, yeah. Those actually were, UNBS and URI were actually my former employers many years back. But now I'm their boss. Tables turn in life. Tables turn in life. Tables turn in life. So thank you very much, colleagues. May God bless you. And just as you focus on this thing, pray for each other. Pray for this association. Pray for the leaders. Just pray for them. That's the best I can tell you. Just pray for them. You're going to clash at some point, and it's healthy, by the way, to clash because of divergent what? Views. But disagree, eventually you agree. Yeah? Yeah? That's why we've managed to remain in power for all these years. Hey, we disagree, but we say you come, join. We talk, we work. So please, just work together. From government side, the support that you need, we have it. You have it. We are there. We are there. We are going to work with you. And another maybe last thing that I need to say before I close this off, colleagues. Development partners in the room. I have one problem with you people. Let me be honest, I'm Mchiga from Kanungu. And they say Bachiga are very honest. Yes, we are. But let me just say one thing. Partners, when you engage government, after you sign MOUs, and then you sign MOUs, you put us under immense pressure. Partnerships. We sign MOU, after that you duck. Because you're going to use that MOU as a tool, strategic tool to lobby for more funds. Colleagues, I'm awake. And there's one partner in the room I don't want to mention, but I'm not happy. But we shall talk. Don't use that approach. Because when you sign an MOU with us, we've already planned for the activities we agreed with MOU in our work plans. Tagged onto the fact that the goodwill that we have to do together. And even under the clause I put, joint resource mobilization, you've already breached it. You take it, you go away, you mobilize, you get, because you couldn't get it because you needed a component of government support. You have it. You get the money. We don't see each other again. Please, let's be orderly. Yeah. and let's be trustworthy, and let's have integrity, and let's maintain that rapport. And we'll go places. We'll go places. Thank you so much. God bless you, for God and my country. It's time for lunch. I trust them. Okay. So you continue.
Oh, it's okay. Okay, let's appreciate our commissioner. Thank you so much, Commissioner Patrick Mugisha. I believe each one of us has something like this, a lunch coupon. Please, if you don't have one, by show of hand. I believe everyone has gotten a coupon. So our lunch is going to be served in a Chopstick restaurant. It's on the same floor where we are. So you get out from the room, the lady at the entrance. Yes. Please, you guide the people where to go for lunch. For those responses that we asked for, please, if you've not submitted, still the two ladies have been collecting the responses from the tables. Please don't go with your ideas. We still need them. Okay? All right, so can we pray for our food before we go for lunch? Let's humble ourselves and pray for our food. I'll take the honor to do that. Mr. Nkumiro and your colleagues, we are praying. Father, we want to thank you for such a wonderful day. Thank you for the precious time that you have given us to deliberate on the issues of BDS. We thank you for everyone who has been able to make it today. And we thank you for all the resolutions, the ideas, the responses, the wonderful discussions that we have had this morning and the bit of afternoon. We give all the glory and honor back to you, Lord. We now want to commit our meal into your able hands. We pray that you bless it, O Lord, and sanctify it with your precious blood. Father, as we eat, may it nourish our bodies and give us strength to continue to serve our nation. As we leave this place, Father, we also pray for journey mercies, that your hand of protection will be upon us as we travel to our places of abode or back to our offices to continue with the activities of the day. We return all the glory and honor back to you. In Jesus' name we pray.